Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Hello. Happy Friday, couch potatoes. Hope you're doing great today. I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm going to try not to be as ranty as yesterday, but yesterday was kind of hard. Really don't like this Dustin guy. Do not like him at all. What a jerk. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Day 4. The state is expected to rest today, and I would imagine early, because I think all we really have is like cross on, I forgot the detective's name, but it was really all that was left to do yesterday, because they argued about that stupid transcript again for another 15 minutes. The word changes did not help their client at all, but we don't want to leave any room for this POS to come back with any appeal issues. So I guess we dealt with it and thank his lawyer for that. Lady in Gray says, I've been catching up on yesterday's PM session this morning. Oh, girl. This man is ridiculous. He hoped his daughter didn't see it. Yeah, it was... That's why I was very ranty yesterday at the end of the stream, having to read it and like actually say his words out loud was infuriating. Like how he just didn't care that he shot and killed her. And then just this over the topness with, I'm a calm guy and I'm a good dad. And I was so thoughtful about how this could impact this 4-year-old girl that I just shot her mom in front of her. But look how caring I am. Oh, that guy. Hello. Good morning, Angie. Hope you're doing well. And don't forget, you guys, go ahead, hit that like button. Lets everybody know that we're live, that they should probably come here to watch with us because we have a lot of fun and there will probably be llama rants. I really hope this guy takes a stand today. Is it going to be infuriating? Yes. But I would love for him to show the whole world how much more of a liar he is. Or delusional, really. Oh, I don't know why she just up and left with the stroller and didn't take anything with her. Ugh. This guy. Lady Gray says it was like he was reading a novel or something. It's certainly bizarre. I don't understand how you can be like that cold, and his interview with police had nothing to do with self-defense of any kind. As a matter of fact, he himself said, yeah, I know I'm screwed. So he denies that she's threatening. He denies that she has any sort of weapon. He denies, even when they asked, like, did she hit you? And he was like, well, even if she did, I wouldn't have noticed. Like, so where's this self-defense you want us to believe in? Because initially, right after the incident, doesn't even seem to be like at all on his radar. And that seems to me a little suspicious. I would think that, honestly, I couldn't just go off of the interview, but if they had the interview with maybe a couple of other pieces of evidence, I might have been able to come together for a first-degree murder, premeditation. Now, I'm not saying he premeditated for a long time, but I've seen premeditation be like literally a minute or two before, and it go. And I can see why they did it this morning, why they left it on so long. Sorry. Oh, I got one of those sticky plastic tags. You know how you like cut those out and then somehow the end of it is still always stuck in your shirt. It's very annoying. Anyway, it's one of my new shirts. It's polka dots. I like it. I like it a lot. Anyway, I decided to be fancy since it's Friday. Um, Lady Grace says state rest yesterday. I was finishing up his interview when I had to come live. No, the rest this morning for sure. So Buffy, oh, she's coming in hot this morning, dude. I was still like, even after True Crime and Wine Time last night, which if you guys didn't see, it's very short. It's probably our shortest episode ever. But it was very emotional. It was very hard to tell the story of Judith Barcy. But afterwards, like I go into bed, elbow feet's in there, and I am just like, I am still pissed and annoyed. Not just about this trial, but that case as well. But a lot of it's from this trial. I was just like, don't touch me. I'm very tense right now. I was so fired up. Oh, I didn't like it. Good morning, P. Lola's mom. Good morning. This case is making me so angry. Me too, girl. Me too. Infuriating. Just all around the audacity of this guy. Lady in Gray says the self-defense defense seems to be a defense attorney idea. I agree. Lola's mom. I was so mad. I wrote in Discord. I get you. I was real fired up yesterday. I'm going to try not to be so much, but if he gets to stand, I'm going to have a lot to say. I'm sure. This guy. Oh, man. And I mean, he even, nothing about, it's because she wasn't doing what he wanted her to do. And that's all it came down to. She wouldn't tell him his plans. And don't get me wrong. Yes, that's annoying. Is it worth shooting somebody over? No. In no world is that the case. She wouldn't inform him of what the plan is. Okay, yes, annoying. All right, annoying. I get it. She was holding Elowen in a bear hug. Oh, no. A mom holding her child in a bear hug and wouldn't let Elowen go, who she hasn't seen in over a month, when he demanded that she do it, even though he has no right to do so. And he was like, fine, you don't want to listen to me? I guess I'm just going to have to shoot you in the head. And goes, picks up a gun, chambers it, and everything. Now, again, I don't see where any self-defense comes in. They are reaching so hard. So I guess we'll see. Just this, it really, he was all about, well, I have a big nuclear family dream, and, just unflexible about how life can be, how raising children can be. He said he talked to a lawyer in Vegas and in Minnesota. And we all know what those lawyers said. Yeah, bro, you don't have any rights to the kids. You're going to have to go to court to do those. And he said he didn't have the money to, but then we saw his monetary info when he requested a lawyer. And no, he didn't have a lot of money, but he had quite a bit in credit to hire a lawyer of some sort. So he just didn't want to play along. He just thought he was entitled to Elowen. And don't get me wrong, like, I'm not about keeping kids away from their parents, but this guy had every intention to do that to them. He didn't feel like he needed to do anything else, and it was weird. So weird. Savage. I think you all just need to calm down. Good morning, Savage. I hope you're well this morning. Angie says this would probably be the first 100% guilty poll we'd have if we did a poll. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure maybe some of the lawyers are just not there. So, court is not starting in 3 minutes. Annoying. But yes, I don't know if anybody has a different opinion. If you do, that's fine. You're welcome to say it. It's okay if it's different than my own opinion. That's totally fine. Hmm, Not great. Not great, though. Not the opinion, this situation, this trial. So, Lady Gray says that nuclear family BS from him was about him controlling her and nothing else. Yes. I mean, that's all it really was. And, here's the thing, too, is he's like, Elowen saved my life. Having her changed everything. And I never had any more bad thoughts about hurting myself. And it was all because of her. And he put her on like this pedestal. And yet you go and you treat her mom like that. Do you really care about your children? I don't think you do. I mean, it's hard getting along with somebody you're co-parenting with, sure. All right, but get out of here with that nonsense. Pilola's mom says, I wonder if in the police report the child was able to say she was being held while Dirtbag shot. I don't know. They didn't use them in court at all, so I'm not sure. I imagine they talked to her, but we weren't going to see any of that anyway, which was completely fine. I mean, he admitted he was holding her, so that's all I need for the child endangerment charge. Boom, done. Yes, guys, if you're just getting in here, please hit the like button. Let everyone know we're watching the trial too. Llama's probably going to be ranty today again, but this guy. Oof. On Top X, good morning, and thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate your support. Thank you. I don't have a fun noise yet, but I do have this. Ooh, that's fun. I don't know. I'm trying to find a fun noise to play. You guys might hate it, but I'm trying to find a fun noise to play for when somebody sends a super chat, just to make it a little bit more special. Maybe annoying, but special. And P. Lola's mom, thank you for the 99-cent super sticker. You are sweet as well, and I appreciate your support. Let's give you drum roll bongos. I wonder what that sounds like. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. We'll work on those. Savage Cashew says, I disagree. If you can get to self-defense for this guy, that is a shit opinion. That's true. I mean, but people are entitled to their shit opinions, Savage. That's just how it goes. Buffy says, you need to message Jolene and get her sound effects. This was before I was streaming. It was like last fall or something. I was just doing like hey-ho every couple of weeks. And Elbow Feet and I were at Target, and they had a clearance soundboard for like stupid cheap, like $20 or something. And it was a very expensive one. They had it like reduced down to like 75%. And B was like, oh, like we should get this. You could use this in your show. And I was like, babe, I am not on screen enough to use a soundboard. Why would I even need that? Well, he was right about something. Pilola's mom, but he also admitted he lied. She was kidnapping the kids. Yeah, that's why I can't wait for him to take the stand. Because what is he going to say that's different than what was in that interview? If I was on that jury, oh boy, the faces, I'd get in trouble for my face. I'd just be sitting there like, okay. I mean, the fact that you then, again, let's go over how much of a shitbag this guy is. He shoots and kills the mother of his children for literally no reason, because she wasn't doing what he said, and she wouldn't leave his house, even though she was saying she was going to call the police to get her kids, but he didn't want that because then the kids would be taken away. But accusing her of trespassing, but he didn't want to call the cops. He decided to take the law into his own hands, it seems like. And then he packs away his two daughters, drives from New Hampshire to outside west of New York City, he said, which is hundreds of miles. And then he calls his mommy and tells her what he's done and puts the burden on her to call the police, even though he was like, well, I had every intention of of turning myself in. I just wanted to spend some more time with my girls. Like, well, yeah, you guess what? You'd still have to do that if you didn't just, shoot and kill their mother. It's crazy to me. Just crazy. Our chat is so generous and funny and wonderful. You guys, I have a good time every day when I'm with you. You make my day just as entertaining as I make yours. Well, maybe you entertain me more than I entertain you. I don't know. But I would like the toilet bowl flushing for mine. Well, I will have Amos, the amazing Amos, find me some good sound effects over the weekend to upload on here. So, oh, well, hello, Juju Bean. Liking the polka dots, Llama, and I am lucky. Like number 7 today. I love that. Thank you. So it's one of my new shirts I bought. It's very fancy. It has like sheer sleeves and this like kind of frilly collar. I'm a big fan. Big fan of the fancy shirt. It's very soft. More like a summer spring shirt though. I wouldn't even be wearing this outside, but sitting here at my desk just fine. Do I have this murdered? Pfft, just read the thing. Muted? No, I do not have it muted. Okay, they're just not saying things. Angie said, one good thing is the Amber Alert worked and the kids found safe. Yes. Big thank you to, I believe her name was Carolyn. Yes. Who spotted his Subaru and called the police because she used to be a dispatcher herself. So that was kind of a skill that she carried on with her. And I mean, eventually they probably would have found him, but, and listen, I hate this shit bag. Okay. I don't like him at all, but I will say I do appreciate that he did not harm those girls because unfortunately that happens a lot. So I will give him that much credit for not being like a super duper big piece of shit, but he's still like 99%. Because unfortunately that's, you hear about it all the time. And I just don't understand. I don't understand people like that. I really don't. I feel like it's such, like, even with him, I feel like for him, it's all about him and his ego and his feelings. You know, he can sit there and say, well, I care about my daughter so much. Do you, though? Do you? Because remember, he really, really just wanted the older one. You know, she was his, like, saving grace, I guess. He barely seems to be that interested in Valen. I just don't see how you can say that and then do what you did, you know? All because control. Yes, Angie. Yes. And how many times? Oh my God, how many times did he say it? I'm so calm. Look at me, guys. You see how we're talking right here? This is how I am all of the time. I'm calm. I yelled maybe once, but really? None of us believe that, sir. You're telling me, oh, and he was like, and I work best under pressure. Oh, really? Really? Because a little 5 foot tall, 114-pound woman wanted to be with her kids and not leave the house. And that caused you to get your gun that was laying loaded on the desk within reach of a 4-year-old, because desks aren't that like hard to get on or climb on. And then you shoot her. Like, Mr. Delulu will call you. Brian Landry called his mom after a murder as well. And then to put that burden on your own mom. I mean, honestly, to me, it just seems like he doesn't respect women at all, which is, I never understand men like that who have daughters who they adore and love, and then they treat grown women like shit all the time. I don't understand it. It's because they don't actually give a shit about their daughter as much as they say, in my opinion. Okay, because guess what? She was somebody's daughter too. Okay, sir? But no. All right. I'll calm down a little bit. It's too early for this, Llama. You haven't even had a whole cup of coffee yet. Oh, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. Oh, yes. I love some Janet Jackson, man. Rhythm Nation. Lady in Gray. Yeah, what's up with his I mean, here you are, a Marine who he brags about being this amazing marksman, whatever that. I'll be honest, I don't really know anything about being in the military at all. But it did sound like he was very good marksman. And he just carried a pistol around with no holster. The holster was way up in a closet on the top shelf. It doesn't seem wise, but again, maybe I'm talking on my ass. I don't have guns or do anything regarding that. And imagine too, okay, now the former abuse is still alleged. All right, they've not brought it up in this trial, but it was brought up in court documents. If she was already scared of him, remember, she felt like she had to say yes to him taking Ellen in New Hampshire. I bet knowing that he had a fucking gun was the reason she was scared. Because remember, his dad gave him that. Would you not be as well? Would you not be as well? He was just like, well, she said I could. She wants her back. Well, didn't Koberger call his mom or dad too? I think, well, he didn't tell them what happened.
Okay, members of the jury, thank you again for your service and your punctuality. As I ask you every morning, because there is a media presence with respect to this jury, please, I would ask you now to raise your hand if you have had any exposure, even if it was inadvertent.
They were like, I don't even need to watch anything at this point.
With respect to this matter. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors have raised their hands. Thank you again for your adherence to my instructions. Thank you. And Attorney Kettle's ready to proceed. Yes, sir. Detective Sergeant, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I feel very bad for his parents who had to do what they did because of him. I'm glad that they did, but to be put in that position is.
Detective Sergeant, I'm going to back us up a little bit and just go through in some bite-sized chunks, okay?
Okay.
So we were talking about the incident itself, what Dustin told you about the incident. He said it happened super fast.
Yes.
He said, I mean, there was, again, it was like training to where it was, he said, I mean, there was, again, it was like training.
Yes.
He said, to where it was just grabbed it, cocked, grabbed Elwyn, and then right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Elwyn and like ran out of the house.
To the car.
Yes, I'm doing it bite-sized chunks here. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And just immediately ran out of the house and put her in the car.
Yes.
He said after he put her in the car, he sat for a minute.
So it's not a big deal.
Correct.
He was checking to make sure she didn't have injuries.
Yes.
She didn't.
Correct.
He loaded the car up.
Yes.
He got the kids in the car.
Yes.
He was thinking, at some point I'm going to turn myself in.
Yes.
But first he was going to spend some time with his kids.
Mm-hmm.
His priorities.
He said he drove to Concord.
Yes.
Once he got to Concord, he sat with Elwyn and Valen again.
Yes.
And at that point, they were both good and they were happy.
Yes.
He called his mom and told her what had happened.
Yes.
And he told her to call the cops.
Okay.
Probably should call the cops is my recollection, but something to that effect, yes.
No, P. Lola, no.
He told his mom he was going to turn himself in.
I believe so, yes.
He told her he wanted some time with the kids beforehand.
Yes.
He told you that after he talked to his mom, he turned his phone off.
Correct. Went dark, I believe is what he said.
He said went dark, and he said, I turned my phone off.
Yes.
He said he drove to somewhere in New York State.
He believed it was New York State. Yes.
He and the kids got a few hours sleep.
Correct.
He woke up and initially thought, well, I'll just surrender at a random police department.
Yes.
But then he decided he should probably do it in New Hampshire.
Yeah, the jury's there.
And by do it, he was referring to surrendering or turning himself in.
Yes.
So then he started heading back.
Yes.
He decided to go to Concord and then just
Is that better?
surrender there.
That was his plan, yes.
But he wanted to just sit down with the girls and just have breakfast somewhere.
Yes.
Just a couple more questions on what Dustin said in relation to his training. Dustin said everything was so fast. It really was like training. It was instant.
Referring to his marksmanship training, yes.
He said it was like muscle memory.
He did say that.
He said it was his training coming out.
He did say that, yes.
One moment.
I mean, I have it turned up pretty high for you guys.
Sergeant McLaughlin, just two questions. How many police stations or police barracks are in Keene?
So there's a state police barracks in Keene, so that's one. The Keene Police Department is two, and the Cheshire County Sheriff's Department is in Keene as well, so that's three.
And to the location where he was originally stopped by, or initially stopped by police, he passed right by your barracks, is that correct?
He even commented that he saw the sign for the state police barracks.
And he avoided that.
Yes,
Now, how many police stations between Keene and Concord?
a lot. You don't expect me to know how many, do you?
No, that
Okay,
many, right?
a lot.
You can't even judge.
And even from the Vermont border into New Hampshire, there's at least Chesterfield Police Department.
Did the defendant talk to you about whether he had a connection to Concord, New Hampshire?
No,
Now, everything in the defendant's statement, all of the words that he provided to you, that's what he told you, correct?
that's correct.
Anybody else tell you those words?
No.
No other questions?
Recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Can Detective Sergeant McLaughlin be excused?
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Where's that guy? Next. Sorry, you guys can't hear it very well. I mean, I have it turned up really.
Turner, may I approach the monitor?
Sure.
You can't have Lady in Gray. She's on my survival team. Just by the way. Yeah, okay.
Your Honor, at this time, the state doesn't have further witnesses and we would rest.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, members of the jury, at this time, I know that we just started for the day, but we are going to be taking a break at this point. So I'm going to request again that you
Is it
return
gonna-
to the deliberation room. Please do not discuss any aspect of the case. Do not discuss it with any other member of the jury. If anybody does that, please report that to a court security officer. And thank you, and we'll resume as soon as we
Always
can.
do you. There always is. Always something with court. Ooh, is he going to take the stand? I thought maybe they might have had another witness. They didn't. Hold on, let me turn this down because now I know that when I turn the volume up on one tab, it turns it up on all of them, I guess. So that's fun. But we're learning new things every day. Women's survival team. We need some guys too. I don't do a lot of work. I'm not going to be useful to this survivor team, okay? All right. Where's the audio? Audio guy. My. They're probably just asking the judge to dismiss, typical thing they do at the midpoint.
No rational trier of fact could find beyond a reasonable doubt the state has disproved the affirmative defense of defensive others, and therefore the court must dismiss all 4 charges.
Okay, ma'am.
Specifically, Dustin was justified when he shot Caitlyn, and all charges must be dismissed. The state offered evidence that Caitlyn died from a gunshot wound to the head, and that the gun that was shot was Dustin's, and was found in Dustin's car upon arrest. However, the state introduced the defendant's own statements through Detective McLaughlin, which offer enough evidence of justification. And so the burden shifts to the state to prove it was not justified. Dustin told the state in his interview how and why he was justified. Specifically, he described Caitlyn refusing to leave his home. He said Caitlyn was getting more and more aggressive. Caitlyn told him she was going to take the kids away from him. Caitlyn told him she was going to call the cops and have him arrested. Caitlyn grabbed Elwyn and was not letting go. She was again threatening to take the kids. Caitlyn was saying she was going to take Valen and Elwyn back to Minnesota.
It got postponed again.
Like, hey, let go of Elwyn.
So
And Caitlyn just wouldn't let go.
that's the update.
Caitlyn had Elwyn in a bear hug.
It will not be in December. I don't think they announced.
Tried to grab Elwyn a couple of times. He couldn't pull that much because he did not want to hurt Elwyn. Elwyn was yelling. Elwyn was crying. Caitlyn was holding Elwyn forcefully enough to cause her to cry. Dustin said he grabbed the gun, chambered it, and while grabbing Elwyn, pulled her back and shot. He said it was immediate. He said it was super fast. He said, right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Elwyn. Dustin said everything was so fast, it really was like finger snapping, training. It was instant. He said it was like muscle memory. It was his training coming out. He said right when he shot, he grabbed Elwyn.
The defense is asking for the judge to dismiss the case, which they do in every trial at the midpoint. So
He said he was making sure that nothing had happened to her. He said he was checking to make sure she didn't have injuries. He said she didn't. He loaded the car up, got the kids in the car. He was thinking at some point I'm going to turn myself in, but first he was going to spend some time with his kids, and he drove toward Concord.
hello, Michael.
New Hampshire 627-4, paragraph 2 says, a person is justified in using unlawful, deadly force against another person under 4 separate circumstances. And the defense argues that 3 of those 4 are applicable here. When he reasonably believes
If he gets not guilty, I'm going to lose my mind.
likely to use any unlawful deadly force against a person present while committing or attempting to commit a burglary. C is committing or about to commit a kidnapping. Or D is likely to use any unlawful force in the commission of a felony against the actor within the actor's dwelling. So here, paragraph B is met. Caitlyn used force against Elwyn when she restrained Elwyn in her arms while committing a burglary. She entered or remained unlawfully in the building or occupied structure. She did not leave Dustin's apartment when he asked her multiple times. And she did not leave because she had the purpose to commit a crime.
I think it was a two-way street regarding that case, but
Refusing to leave Dustin's home while attempting to commit a number of crimes the court could find. Kidnapping or 633-4 interference with custody. A
person is guilty of a Class B felony if such person knowingly takes from the state or attempted interference with custody, attempts to take from this state or entices away from this state any child under the age of 18 or causes any such child to be taken from the state with the intent to detain or conceal such child from a parent. Caitlyn was threatening to do so. She was attempting to do so. She was refusing to leave the home or release Ellen. Or the purpose to commit false imprisonment, or the purpose to commit false report to law enforcement by telling the police that Dustin did not have permission to bring Ellen to Minnesota or to New Hampshire. Harassment, with the purpose to annoy or alarm another, communicates any matter containing or any threat to kidnap any person or to commit a violation of
Nothing, Buffy. They're just asking for it to be
purposely,
dismissed.
knowingly, or recklessly engage in a course of conduct targeted at a specific person, which would cause a reasonable person to fear for his personal safety or the safety of a member of that person's immediate family, and the person's actually placed in such care. And the course of conduct would be restraining and yanking back Ellen. Theft by extortion. A person is guilty of theft as he obtains or she obtains or exercises control of the property of another by extortion and with a purpose to deprive him thereof. As used in section 2, extortion occurs when a person threatens to A, cause physical harm in the future to the person threatened or to any other person or to property at any time, or B, subject the person threatened or any other person to physical confinement or restraint. Attempting to obtain Dustin's money, extortion would be confining Ellen.
Okay.
Theft by deception. A person commits theft.
She's getting her stretches in this morning.
Of another by deception with a purpose to deprive him thereof. Deception occurs when a person purposely creates or reinforces
I'll be back.
assumption which is false, in which that person does not believe to be true. Attempting to obtain Dustin's money, deception would be telling Berlin PD that he took Ellen without permission. So those are all under paragraph B, where she was committing a burglary. Paragraph C is also met, where the evidence shows she was committing or about to commit kidnapping. Dustin told the investigators when she said she was taking the kids back to Minnesota to take them away from him. Evidence shows that she was about to commit a kidnapping by her behavior and her words. And paragraph D is met, where here Caitlyn was using unlawful force against Ellen when she was restraining her in her arms, squeezing her while attempting to commit interference with custody in Dustin's home. So she was in his home, she was attempting to commit a felony level offense and using unlawful force. If the court disagrees with those above arguments, it can still consider the crimes of reckless conduct and endangering the welfare of a child. And the state has not provided sufficient evidence for a rational trier of fact to find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to either of those charges. Reckless conduct alleges that Mr. Duren recklessly engaged in conduct which placed another Ellen in danger of serious bodily injury by shooting Caitlyn while holding Ellen. 2 reasons the court must dismiss for insufficient evidence. 1, the facts don't show beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin was holding Ellen while shooting Caitlyn. The only evidence the state presented is what Dustin told Sergeant McLaughlin and what Dustin said. Right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Ellen. He grabbed the gun, chambered it, grabbed Ellen, pulled her back out of the way and shot. The state alleges that this action was reckless, even though we have also heard from McLaughlin's interview of Dustin that he is an accomplished marksman, a Marine, that he's won awards for his proficient shooting. He knows how to use a gun. There was no evidence he was impaired, that he was using the gun recklessly around Ellen, that he pointed the gun at Ellen. The state, in its opening, focused on the statement that his acts were deliberate. Dustin carefully aimed the firearm. He purposely pulled Ellen out of the way. He made sure that she was not at risk. He aimed the firearm away from her. We heard that the gun he used has many safety features and cannot accidentally discharge. In terms of the risk to Ellen, this is no different than if Dustin and a child were at a firing range and Dustin fired, not towards the child, but instead at a target. That would not be reckless. The presence of a child in the same general area that a gun that is fired is not without more, without evidence that the gun was aimed at or near her, rise to reckless conduct. And third, for the endangering welfare of a child complaint, Your Honor, the conduct or the evidence that the court has heard feels bad, but what the state alleges didn't happen, and what did happen is not a crime. In Ray NK, 169 New Hampshire 546 defines what endangering the welfare of a child means. A person is guilty of endangering the welfare of a child when he knowingly endangers the welfare of a child under 18 years of age by purposely violating a duty of care, protection, or support he owes to such child. So the state's required to prove two things: that Dustin knowingly endangered the welfare of Ellen, and two, that he did so purposely by violating a duty of care.
Without
to
elbow
her.
feet.
So again, the evidence here is that Dustin grabbed Ellen from Caitlyn and moved her out of the way
Sorry.
while simultaneously firing one bullet in Caitlyn's head. He said, right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Ellen. He did not violate duty of care. He acted out his duty of care to save her from harm, to remove her from the situation.
Just holding, bear hugging her, Buffy,
There is
in an
no
unbreakable
evidence
bond.
and Ellen was endangered. Evidence is sufficient to prove endangerment if it establishes, and again, this is from NK, in Ray NK, if it establishes that the offender engaged in behavior creating an actual and significant risk of injury to a child's welfare. The state didn't offer evidence of welfare beyond harm to the ear. So there was no evidence that there was any potential psychological harm or anything of that nature.
He shot
There's no
mom in
evidence that
front of
she was
her.
injured. She was complaining of her ear hurting. The doctor told us her pain was secondary to lateral noises. There was no evidence of perforated eardrum or trauma to the ear. There was no outward signs of trauma. Ellen appeared well kept and well nourished. That's what Dr. Robertson said. There was no evidence of the volume produced from the gunshot. We heard evidence of the amount of pressure it takes to pull a trigger, but no one testified how loud the gun was. And the state did not present evidence of how loud a Beretta 9mm pistol is when it's fired. And that's no different, Your Honor, I would argue, that when you take a child to a musical festival.
She was holding the 4-year-old, Eulola's mom. The 1-year-old was apparently in a caring.
Also, as we know from the evidence that Sergeant McLaughlin provided on direct and again on cross, that Dustin said, I can see where this is going of like, could it be that I'm endangering Ellen by what I did? And I would very much say no. And then Sergeant McLaughlin responded, yeah, just to kind of tighten that up a little bit more, you're an expert marksman of some sort in competition. So it's fair to say you knew you weren't endangering Ellen. And Dustin responds, yes, I was not endangering Ellen.
I mean, I feel like anytime you bring a gun out, though, that's an endangerment to anyone. Because
And to follow up,
it just
Your Honor,
is.
again, they have to
Somebody can
prove
take it.
the mental
Come on.
states of both knowingly endangering the welfare of a child and purposely violating a duty of care. Thank you.
Okay, Attorney Spicer.
Thank you, Your Honor. They asked that the court deny the motion. In the light most favorable to the state, there has been sufficient evidence provided for a rational trial fact to find each element of the offenses charged. I'll note for the court, as this court is aware, it's the defendant's burden at this stage of the proceedings. I don't believe that they have met that burden. That's shown that any of the charges should be dismissed. I will start with the murder charges. The defense argued that there has been evidence presented of self-defense through the defendant's statement. I would not agree with that. At this point, I'll make arguments, assuming that to be true, but I would state for the record, I don't believe that that's true. The defendant's statement established that he told Sergeant McLaughlin that he killed Caitlyn Naffziger very deliberately.
Mm-hmm.
So because she refused to leave his apartment, that he did so after a day of arguments about things that they had been arguing by his own testimony for months and weeks.
Thank you.
The statements that he claims that Caitlyn made the day of the murder, that she was going to take the kids away from him, she was going to call the police, are things that were new to him. By his own testimony, she had said similar or identical things to him before in other contexts, and at no point did he shoot her in the head. His testimony, I think, was pretty clear, certainly in the light most favorable to the state.
Like a weed whacker, huh?
Because she wouldn't leave. He wanted to put her and the kids in the car so that he could drive them to her Aunt Brenda's house. He was in the process of doing that by his own statement. He put Valen in the car seat and got her ready to go. He was trying to take Ellen so that he could do the same thing, so that he could get her into the car and get Caitlyn moving. Caitlyn refused to let Ellen go, and she refused to leave. The clear import of the defendant's statements was that was why he killed her. And so, just for purposes of the record, I don't think this is disputed. With regard to second-degree murder, both the knowing and the reckless varieties, there has been sufficient evidence presented as to each element of those offenses. That the defendant caused Ms. Naffziger's death, and that he did so knowingly, and in the alternative, recklessly, with extreme indifference to the value of human life. The defendant has admitted that he pointed his gun at Caitlyn's head and fired it. He has admitted that he knew the bullet went
Those
straight through.
bastards.
He has admitted, in essence, that he was aware that his conduct would cause Caitlyn's death by pointing a gun at her head and pulling the trigger, particularly in light of his statements about his own expertise and his own experience with marksmanship and handling of weapons. So I don't think there's any argument there. I didn't hear anything from the defense about this. I'd ask that you find that the state has satisfied the elements of knowing and reckless second-degree murder. Again, keeping in mind that there has to be some evidence of self-defense before self-defense that shifts and the burden moves to the state. Understanding that the state does not admit that that has happened here based on the evidence before us. Even if that is the case, there is sufficient evidence at this stage in the light most favorable to the state where the rational trier of fact could find for the state. The case law on this is somewhat convoluted, so I don't want to misstate the standard, but I'm citing State versus Pennock here, 168 New Hampshire 294 at 307. It's a 2015 case. At the sufficiency stage, the defendant must establish that no rational trier of fact, viewing all evidence and reasonable inferences therefrom in the light most favorable to the state, could have found beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. And that is an awkward formulation. But I would submit that there is certainly sufficient evidence before the jury for a rational trier of fact to find in the state's favor on that issue that the defendant did not act in self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll talk now. I'll refer now to the facts. The defendant must actually and reasonably believe that he is acting in self-defense for any of the various forms of self-defense to come into play. He must actually believe it, and that belief must be reasonable. The facts here show the defendant did not believe he was acting in self-defense. The defendant shot and killed Caitlyn. He then packed up several days' worth of clothes, got in his car, and began driving. He certainly told Sergeant McLaughlin, my plan all along was to turn myself in. He never, in fact, turned himself in. He was arrested at gunpoint and pulled out of his car. The defendant spoke for 2 hours, as we saw, with Sergeant McLaughlin. At no point in that statement did the defendant tell Sergeant McLaughlin, I acted in self-defense. At no point did he tell Sergeant McLaughlin, I did what I had to do. I didn't want to kill Caitlyn, but I had to do it. Words to that effect. At no point did he say the word kidnapping. At no point did he say anything indicating he thought Caitlyn was kidnapping the children. This kidnapping is a fabrication that the defense has presented here. The defendant himself did not believe it, and that's what the evidence shows, certainly in the light most favorable to the state. There is no evidence that the defendant believed it was necessary to use deadly force to defend himself or another. The defendant told Sergeant McLaughlin, when asked, that Caitlyn did not threaten him, did not threaten Ellen physically. No physical harm threatened. The defendant's actions, I think, further, beyond what he told the police when he had an opportunity to tell them why he did what he did, and failed to say that he acted in defense, or acted in self-defense, or acted because he thought Caitlyn was going to steal his kids, or acted because he thought he was never going to see them again, that he was necessary to prevent these things. The defendant called his mother and told his mother, in effect, I shot Caitlyn, you should probably call the police. He didn't tell his mother I had to do it. He didn't tell his mother she was going to kidnap the kids. He said, I shot Caitlyn, or words to that effect, you should probably call the cops. In the light most favorable to the state, those are not the words of someone who believes that they have used deadly force in a justified manner. I'll go through the various forms of kidnapping. I'll put this on the record, Your Honor. Under State versus Monroe, and I don't have the site handy. Here it is. 173, New Hampshire, 469. The defendant not only must provide an actual notice of defense in support of the defenses they intend to pursue, but there also has to be specific presentation of, or sufficient notice of the factual allegations supporting the defenses. With regard to burglary and all those other flavors of kidnapping beyond, flavors of self-defense beyond kidnapping, I don't believe that was done. Walking through each of the varieties of kidnapping in 627.4, starting first with 2A, I addressed that there is no evidence that the defendant acted because he reasonably or actually believed it was necessary to prevent the use of deadly force against himself or anyone else. He told the detectives that. 627.4.2B, the defense presented this court with a variety of crimes they claim that Caitlyn could have committed or had the purpose to commit when she unlawfully remained inside of Mr. Duren's home. I can only imagine what the defense attorney would
Hello,
say
ladies. Good morning.
charge someone in Caitlyn's position with burglary based on the statements and the facts and the circumstances in this case. I'm not going to address each of those crimes. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think the facts support them, and certainly not in the light most favorable to the state at this stage. There is sufficient evidence to show that the defendant did not actually believe Caitlyn was committing a burglary, that he shot and killed her by shooting her in the head because he actually and reasonably believed that Caitlyn was going to had a purpose to commit theft by deception or false imprisonment or anything along those lines. So at this stage, in the light most favorable to the state, there is not sufficient evidence here, or there's not a lack of evidence that would allow this court, on the state of the evidence as it is, to dismiss the murder charge because of the defense arguments. 2D, 627.4.2D, defense counsel misstated the law. Defense counsel stated that under 627.4.2D, well, I'll state, the law says that a person justified in using deadly force upon another when
Oh no, ladies. I'm sorry about that.
a person is likely to use any unlawful force in the commission of a felony against the actor while inside the actor's dwelling. The actor in this case is the defendant. So what that law actually says is that the defendant would have had to believe that Caitlyn was likely to use unlawful force in the commission of a felony against him. Defense counsel clearly claimed that he was going to use force against, that Caitlyn was going to use force against Ellen. That is not what the law says. It says the actor, the defendant is the actor. So the court should reject that. There's no evidence to support that, and there's certainly not sufficient evidence that the state cannot defeat it, and that there's regard to kidnapping, I'm going to ask the court to reference the arguments that we made in our pleading filed yesterday about the law. I can summarize them here. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but to come back to the actual and reasonable belief, the court knows what the defendant said in that statement that was put into evidence. That is the evidence of what the defendant, at this point, actually believed happened inside that apartment. I'll note also that at this stage, credibility determinations with regard to witness testimony must weigh in favor of the state when they're equal. And the court can assess the credibility of the defendant's statements or different parts of the defendant's statements, taking into account that he is providing his account of what happened, his story of what he told the police about what happened. With regard to kidnapping, as we stated in our pleading, Ms. Naffziger legally could not kidnap her own child under 633(1)A. Could not do it. Based on the interplay of 633(1)A and 633(1) and 627(4)(2)C, as we state in our motion, interference with custody
Yes.
is not a basis for the use of deadly force. That is what the defense is arguing. The defense is arguing that by telling the defendant or indicating that she wanted to take the children away from the defendant, they are claiming that that is a kidnapping. That is not something that legally Caitlyn could do. And to find that would be to add interference with custody to the list, to the narrow circumscribed list of circumstances where the law allows the use of deadly force, and that should not be the case. And with regard to each of the different versions of kidnapping, at this stage, again, the defendant did not tell the police that he killed Caitlyn because she was holding Ellen hostage. There was a reference to his training. The sergeant asked the defendant about if he had any sort of hostage training, and the defendant, it was somewhat difficult to see what he said or understand if he was giving an affirmative answer. He may have said, yeah, I had some sort of training. They would have covered that in some of his training. That was an opening for the defendant to say affirmatively and clearly, that's what I thought this was. This was a hostage situation. That's not what he did. He did not say that. So there is no evidence, certainly not evidence at this stage sufficient for dismissal, that the defendant actually and reasonably believed there was a hostage situation and that is why.
Okay, let's wrap it up. Let's get the defendant on the stand already.
Adding here that ignorance of the law is not an excuse for the defense to claim at this point that, well, the defendant thought that Caitlyn was committing a kidnapping in ignorance of the law, which says that what she was doing or what he said she was doing was not a kidnapping. The law very clearly says that's not an excuse. The fact that he doesn't know what the elements of kidnapping are, he is mistaken on what a kidnapping is in the state of New Hampshire, that is not an excuse. The defense argument is built upon the idea that ignorance of the law is an excuse, and this court should not agree with that. 633(1)(1)A is the ransom hostage situation. I'm not going to address that any further. 633(1)B says that there's a kidnapping if someone confines a person to avoid apprehension by law enforcement. There's no evidence that that's what was happening here, and defense has not claimed that. 1C, to terrorize anyone. Defense has not made that argument. I don't think there's any evidence that Caitlyn was confining Ellen by holding her in her arms for the purpose of terrorizing Ellen or terrorizing the defendant, causing him alarm or dismay. And 633(1)(1)D would require that the victim confined, or Caitlyn confined Ellen for the purpose of committing an offense against Ellen. That is not, there's no evidence that Caitlyn was intending to hurt Ellen. And in fact, the defendant disproved that. He said, yeah, she was not threatening to harm Ellen. As Sergeant McLaughlin testified, the defendant told him Ellen was yelling, but the defendant said it was a combination So that would be the state's argument with regard to the two murder charges. The elements of those have been met. There is sufficient evidence for the jury to find the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt on knowing and second-degree murder charges. There has not been evidence of self-defense sufficient for the burden to shift at this stage for purposes of this argument. Notwithstanding that, there is sufficient evidence, or the state of the evidence at this point does not justify dismissing them on a self-defense ground because there is sufficient evidence for the jury or the rational trier of fact to find in the state's favor on the self-defense issue. Moving to reckless conduct under 631.3, the elements of that are that the defendant engaged in conduct that either placed or may have placed another person in danger of a serious bodily injury, and that he did so recklessly with a deadly weapon as a firearm. In this case, the defendant, by his own admission, grabbed Elowen and then fired a gun at Elowen's mother while holding her so close that she complained instantly that her ears hurt. Reckless conduct does not require actual injury. It does not require evidence of actual trauma or actual diagnosis of injury. In this case, we do in fact have the testimony of a doctor who said she sustained an injury to her ear. That was what the doctor said. The defendant used a deadly weapon, and that deadly weapon was a firearm. The defense argument focused on the fact that the defendant is an expert marksman, and there's no way that he would have shot Elowen while he was busy shooting Elowen's mother. That may be true, but in light most favorable to the state, I think it is certainly reckless to shoot a gun that close to a small child while holding her essentially in the other arm. The defense actually presented two factual scenarios here, claiming that maybe Elowen was not in his arms, and that by saying that he grabbed Elowen and ran to the car, she was not somehow in his arms. If that is what they're saying the evidence shows, then Elowen is somewhere within the room, not in his arm, not confined. I think that actually adds to the state's case that she's somewhere at large while he's shooting a gun. It is not just the risk of a gunshot wound to Elowen, however, it is a risk of any injury, including injuries to the ear or to Elowen's hearing. There is testimony about that in the light most favorable to the state. The motion should be dismissed at this stage because there is sufficient evidence for the jury to find beyond reasonable doubt for the state. With regard to endangering the welfare of a child, again, there does not need to be actual injury for the defendant to be found guilty. And we're talking about injury to the welfare of a child, not physical injury. The cases on this crime that describe other versions of this, where people have been convicted and those convictions have been held, speak of situations involving, a caretaker getting high or drunk with a child in the car, certainly while driving, but in other instances, just getting drunk or falling asleep and becoming inaccessible while a child who is 2 or 4 years old is in the home and unsecured in a crib, walking around in the home where things could happen. Those are factual scenarios that have supported convictions for this crime. The evidence here shows that the defendant shot Elowen's mother in front of her. Although he told the police that he didn't think she saw anything and he hoped she didn't. She told the doctor that mommy and daddy were fighting, daddy hurt mommy and me, and there was a lot of blood. In the light most favorable to the state, certainly it is clear that Elowen knows what happened. Elowen is aware that the defendant shot her mother in the head. She was in the room and she saw it. There does not need to be further testimony for there to be evidence sufficient at this stage that by shooting Caitlyn in the head, the defendant endangered Elowen's welfare. We are not claiming that he injured Elowen beyond by shooting her with a gun. But when we're talking about endangering the welfare of a child, psychological injury or psychological welfare comes into play, emotional welfare, and that is what we're talking about here. It does not have to be evidence that Elowen is actually in therapy or that she has actually been diagnosed with a mental health issue for it to be shown that the defendant endangered her welfare by doing things that he did. The dual standard here that the defense mentioned is the standard, purposely violating a duty and knowingly endanger the welfare. There's a case on that addresses it pretty well. Defense cited INRI NK. That case, I think, discusses that standard in a good way. Also, State versus Bortner. I don't have the site, I just have the name, but BORTNER specifically discusses the interplay between knowing and purposeful, finds that that is not a legal issue. And Bortner talks about a failure to act rather than an affirmative act. But
Cite on Bortner?
excuse me?
You have a cite?
I don't have one. I
Okay.
apologize.
No.
I don't have it on me.
Thank you.
But BORTNER, it's 150 NH. I forgot to
Okay, no, thank you.
write down the end of it. Knowingly endanger and purposefully violate. I don't think that it is in dispute that by shooting Elwyn's mother in the head in front of her, that the defendant purposely violated the duty of care. He had to know, anyone in that situation would know, that that would seriously compromise and seriously risk danger to a child's welfare, psychologically and emotionally or otherwise. And purposeful violation of that duty of care that he owed to her. I think the knowingly engage in conduct speaks to the act. And we have already argued that the defendant acted knowingly. I think that's all the state has at this point. We ask that the motion be denied.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, 150 New Hampshire 504 for Bortner.
504, thank you. Okay, thank you. Attorney.
Just one comment, Your Honor. I think I said it in my motion, that the state didn't offer any evidence of psychological injury or trauma or anything. It's speculation based on what it feels like. There was no evidence. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. In response to that?
No, I don't think it's reasonable inference that shooting a child's mother in the head would endanger their welfare.
Hi, Tracy. Good morning.
Okay, after considering the arguments made by counsel, after considering the evidence that has been produced at this stage of the proceedings, after considering the defense's arguments and the arguments from the state, I'm going to deny the defense motion to dismiss with respect to each of the counts. In construing this motion, the court must construe the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. If there is evidence from which a reasonable jury could infer guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, if there is evidence from which a reasonable jury could infer guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, the motion will be denied, citing State versus Wong, 138, New Hampshire 56, 1993, State versus Burke, 122, New Hampshire 565, 1982, and State versus Reed, 114, 377. Citing from Reed, in order to prevail, the defendant must show that the evidence in its entirety, giving the state the benefit of all reasonable inferences, was insufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was guilty of the crime charged. Here, the court does find that the state has produced evidence from which a reasonable jury could infer guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, construing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. The motion to dismiss is denied. A few comments with respect to the overall ruling. There was a couple points. First of all, I'm going to adopt the reasoning as articulated by the state with regard to the reasons why the court is denying the motion to dismiss. With respect to the arguments from the state, there were a few times when the state inadvertently used the word testimony referring to Mr. Duren as opposed to using the phrase statements. There was a few times when Attorney Spicer used the word statements and a few times when he used the word testimony. Just to clarify, I'm considering the statement of Mr. Duren as referenced in the video and not any testimony, because that was not testimony under oath. So just to clarify, with respect to my reliance upon the arguments advanced by the state, anytime that the word testimony was used, I'm simply substituting the word statement for that as part of the overall argument. With respect to the individual arguments under 627-4, Roman numeral 2, at this point in the proceeding, I would find, once again, at this point in the proceeding, I would find that there has not been evidence relative to subparagraph A or D. There has been some evidence with respect to subparagraph C, and I will even indicate that there has been some evidence with respect to paragraph B, although that would be tenuous. To the extent that the burden has shifted with respect to C and arguably B, I would also find that no reasonable trier of fact could not have found that the defendant, that no reasonable trier of fact could have found that the defendant did not act in self-defense if I'm arguing that double negative correctly under Pennick, I believe it is.
Yes.
Under Pennick, I'm trying to articulate the correct standard to deny the motion to dismiss, indicating that a reasonable jury could find that no rational jury under the circumstances could not find that the defendant acted in self-defense. It's a difficult standard relative to double and perhaps even triple negatives, but I'm denying the motion on that basis. So I believe that takes care of the instant motion that is before the court. Attorney Kinney,
Yes, yeah, I think so.
anything further?
No.
Okay. Attorney Spicer, anything further at this time? No? Okay.
I think he's indicating no as to that motion, Your Honor, but we do have an additional
Okay.
motion that I don't know if it's now that the court would like us to renew it.
Okay, one second. Attorney Kinney, any further motions at this point?
New motion.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Duren,
Mayor, at this time, the state is renewing its objection to the proffered testimony or proposed testimony of Brenda Plumunden and/or Shannon Spurgeon. The state notes that despite the court's indication that Ms. Spurgeon's testimony would be cumulative, she has been subpoenaed and is present along with Ms. Plumunden in order to be available for defense testimony. This objection is to any testimony of
Yep,
either
it is
of the
there.
witnesses related to any plan that they purportedly or reportedly discussed with Caitlyn Naffziger. Your Honor, the court ruled following the state's initial motion to preclude this and following a hearing on that motion that you would allow the testimony, but you further held that Ms. Plumunden would only be able to testify as to her understanding of any such plan or discussion. You indicated that she must focus on the what rather than the why, without being able to testify as to any statements of Caitlyn Naffziger or as to the reasoning behind the discussion or the plan. In making that determination, the court has found that apparently, based on some level of fairness argument or and cited to the court's reading of the defendant's transcript to provide evidence that the defendant was aware that there was a plan between Ms. Plumunden and Ms. Naffziger, and that supposedly that Ms. Plumunden will be testifying to that plan, but the court believed, based on its reading of the transcript and based on some level of a value of fairness, that Mr. Duren was somehow aware of this plan, which even defense has described as a secret plan that the defendant was unaware of. The state, as it's expressed in its motion for reconsideration, believes that there is no indication that the defendant had any knowledge of this plan and that he would need to have knowledge of such a plan, or at least of the desired result, in order for this information to be admissible. He would have to know that Ms. Plumunden was involved. He would have to know that the details of what they intended. In its ruling on the state's motion to reconsider, the court made it clear that you were allowing the use of this material.
I think you're noticing it more. The jury's never in for arguments like this. Royce, never I have seen.
But the court indicated that it was a statement of the victim that would be impeached, specifically the victim saying she wasn't going to leave. But the state would point out that that victim's statement has only come to the court, been provided to the court through hearsay. It is the defendant's saying that the victim made these words or stated these words, and now the court is allowing the victim's own state of mind in to impeach the defendant's statement about what the victim said. And I hope that wasn't too confusing, but that's what we're left with. Your Honor, with respect to this, essentially the court has found that it would be fundamentally unfair to preclude defense from bringing up a plan that the defendant wasn't aware of to impeach a statement that he says the victim made while she was in his home and right before he shot her. So the court is allowing the testimony, but then further precluding the state from asking questions about the victim's actual state of mind in the 36 hours before her murder. The victim's state of mind is the basis upon which the defendant initially sought admission of this material. But by its own ruling, the court has said Ms. Plumondon can only testify to the what, not the why, and that the court has also precluded the state from talking about the reasoning behind the plan, the basis for the victim's state of mind, which is her statements about her fear, her concern, and the prior relationship that she had with the defendant that made such a plan necessary. Your Honor, the state is cognizant that the victim's state of mind includes potential 404B evidence. Doesn't make it any less admissible to encounter the admission of this plan. Under the arguments that the state has made, the state believes and continues to believe and believes that the evidence that has been provided thus far, including the evidence contained in the defendant's statement, means that the door has been opened. Defense counsel leaned in during their opening statement, indicating about the victim's aggression. They've argued it again in this motion. All evidence of the discussion between Ms. Plumondon and the victim, should the court be allowing any of it, all evidence should be admissible in order to provide the underlying rationale to cure any misleading advantage that the defendant will gain from this information. Again, the defendant had no knowledge of any plan, and this is something that they have now put forth as the actual basis for the defendant both having shot and killed Ms. Naffziger and for the support for these arguments that she was going to kidnap the children and now that she was going to be committing a burglary inside of the home. Your Honor, this is not proper impeachment. It's not proper impeachment of a statement of the victim. It is not proper admission of victim's state of mind evidence. It does not support or corroborate the defendant's state of mind at the time that he shot and killed Ms. Naffziger. Further, with the court striking any discussion or hearsay statements away from the testimony, the admission is not supported by Rule 806, which would be to attack Ms. Naffziger's credibility as to the statement that the defendant told the police she made. Your Honor, in order for then existing state of mind, motive, intent, or plan to come in, this exception does not include a statement to prove a fact, remembered or believed. And that's exactly how this is being used in this instance. It's not only being used to show state of mind, defense is actually intending on relying on it to prove the underlying self-defense claim that they have. It is inappropriate use of state of mind. It is an inappropriate reason for its admission. And with the limitations currently provided, it provides a misleading advantage to the defense that cannot be cured unless the court, if this testimony is allowed, which the state still believes it should not be, but if the court is allowing any of it, it's still the state's position that the door is open and that the state should be allowed to elicit any and all testimony of Ms. Plumondon with respect to the planning of this situation. And so the state renews its objection, renews its motion to preclude, and renews its motion to reconsider.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Duren. Attorney Kettle?
Yes, Judge. I would reiterate all the arguments made in our objection, written objection in our previous argument on this hearing, on this motion, and in our argument on the state's motion to reconsider, as well as the court's prior ruling. The court has ruled on this issue twice. There's been no new information, no change in the information available to the court when it made its ruling. A second motion to reconsider at this stage is not proper. The court's ruling is sound. This evidence is admissible under 8033, and because a reasonable inference can be drawn, as we've discussed at length previously, that Mr. Duren was aware of the plan. I'll note a couple of things. I think that the state is misciting 8033. 8033 allows a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, such as plan, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed. So if we were trying to introduce some statement about a past tense plan, something that like a statement that was made to Ms. Plumondon about events from months ago, then that would not be admissible under 8033. But because it's Ms. Plumondon's testimony about a current plan, it does apply under 8033. I'll just note a couple additional things. Again, this has been litigated at length. We've relied on the court's ruling. The court's sound. But the state argued a few moments ago that the kidnapping is a fabrication of the defense. I would expect they would argue that in closing, and the kidnapping is not a fabrication of the defense. Ms. Naffziger had this plan. Ms. Lennon has told that to detectives, to our investigator. She sent a text saying you need to help plan a kidnapping. And so if the state's going to argue that kidnapping is a fabrication of the defense, that's certainly a problem when there's evidence that that's not the case. The other thing I'll note is the state, I'll rely largely on prior arguments on opening the door, but the state said the door has been opened because there's been evidence of Ms. Naffziger's aggression. The state introduced that statement. The state pressed play on a video that had a statement about Ms. Naffziger's statement, and the state cannot open its own door. So the court's prior ruling should stand.
Okay. Attorney Duren, any response?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Satisfied with the record relative to those issues?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I'm going to deny the state's motion to reconsider on that aspect. I've ruled several times on this matter. I did rule that Ms. Spurgeon would be inadmissible, would be excluded.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I'm going to be calling Brenda, so I'll talk to the court a little bit about that. Miss Brenda Plumondon is our witness, but Miss Spurgeon, Trooper Pratt, Arthur Booten are all here in case we need to call them for rebuttal purposes.
All right.
Oh, Aunt Brenda
We
is
have a
taking a
request
stand.
before Miss Plumondon comes in, Your Honor, but it's about her testimony. When it's appropriate.
And I'm just going over my notes relative to the state's. Okay, again, I'm going to restate part of the basis for my ruling is I believe that the state, in introducing the statement of Mr. Duren through Sergeant McLaughlin, it is clear that at several points in that statement, Mr. Duren referenced a plan. He wasn't sure of what was happening. He articulated several times, and I recognize that he was offering the statement to law enforcement at the time, after he had a period of time between the event in question and the time of his interview. Not a lot of time, but there was some time. I recognize that he was offering the statement and that he indicated to law enforcement that he was asking what was the plan as it relates to Ms. Naffziger being retrieved, so to speak, from his apartment in Berlin. In other words, was he going to bring her back to Hampton? Was someone else going to pick her up? There was a number of times in which Mr. Duren was asking what was happening to Ms. Naffziger, according to his version of events. And based upon the defense argument relative to the introduction of Ms. Plumondon, am I pronouncing it correctly? Plumondon?
I believe so.
Okay, I apologize if I mispronounce. But according to that, I'm allowing the defendant to bring her in to testify relative to the contours of that plan, not with respect to any individual hearsay statements of Ms. Naffziger, and not with respect to the reasons for it. I agree with the defendant relative to the 404B motion that was previously ruled upon as it relates to any conduct that is not currently before the court, and I don't think that the door has been opened. I agree with Attorney Kettles as it relates to the fact that the state cannot open the door itself. Whether that happens during the rest of the trial remains to be seen. That'll be subject to further discussion as we move forward. But as of right now, the purposes and the reasons behind my ruling still stand. Anything further, Attorney Duran, on those points?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Kitty.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So, Ms. Plummunden is here. Well, I believe she is. I haven't seen her today, but, okay. And she is prepared to testify. We expect her to be a hostile witness.
Oh.
This is difficult, I'm sure. Her family is here, has been here. And we
Already
are
saying Brenda's a
very
hostile witness.
concerned that something might be said to cause a mistrial. So I'm asking for two things. Number one, for the court to have a colloquy with her outside the presence of the jury to just let her know she's answering the questions that are asked and not going into details. Because I think there will be a natural desire to try to explain things. And I would like to be able to lead a very tight and specific questions to produce the testimony that you have deemed to be admissible. I would note that the state got to do that with Carolyn Campbell. We want to avoid a mistrial, and I think that the chances are high that she will say something. And I haven't been able to talk to her about that, but I also don't
Brenda's
know how much
spicy.
weight she'll give me saying those things. I think it would be better to come from the court.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, it's unclear to the state whether defense has actually spoken to or prepared Ms. Plummunden for trial testimony at all, let alone where this indication is that she's a hostile witness. Ms. Plummunden is here. She was provided with, I guess, Mr. Booten's report as far as I saw. She described it as a transcript when we were told what she received. That's all I know. It looked like Mr. Booten's report. I haven't spoken with Ms. Plummunden because she's a sequestered witness, but she's being called by defense. I'm not sure that they've spoken to her. It became clear during a chambers conference yesterday that they hadn't spoken to her about sequestration. And so I don't know how we're at the point now of saying she's going to be hostile. Defense counsel is calling her as a witness.
It's your own
They
witness.
opportunity to prepare her, and now they're attempting to say that she's hostile. There's no indication of that at this time, Your Honor. She's not a party to the case. Sure, her family is here. Yes, she has a relationship. Her niece was murdered, but that doesn't mean that she's a hostile witness in any way, shape, or form. I understand the defendant's concern, and I will note that the state was ordered to lead Ms. Campbell through testimony because of objections made by defense. Ms. Campbell wasn't a hostile witness in any way, shape, or form. Defense wanted to limit her testimony because they didn't want her talking about hearsay statements that, again, the state doesn't believe were inadmissible hearsay. They were her descriptions of her actions. There's no indication that Ms. Plummunden is hostile. There's no indication of anything at this point. She's just a subpoenaed witness that hasn't been prepared by the people calling her.
Your Honor, first, we got a Zwicker letter the other day from the state, so someone talked to her. But the consideration...
If I may interrupt really quickly, the Zwicker letter says Ms. Plummunden was asked 2 questions and provided the answers to those 2 specific questions, and that is it.
Okay, so you talked to her, though.
2 questions. What was Valen's date of birth? I do not know. Was Caitlyn Naffziger breastfeeding? No. Those were the questions.
611-2, C2.
That's what I'm looking at.
Okay. When a party calls a hostile witness an adverse party or a witness identified with an adverse party. And it is true that I have not specifically talked to Ms. Plummunden about her testimony. I have provided her the recording of her 2 statements that she gave to the police on March 1st and March 15th. I have provided her the transcripts of both of those calls. I have given her the report that Arthur Booten typed up of his interview with her. Those are what she has. I have not talked to her. I have given her the opportunity to ask me questions. But based on what she told the police on March 1st and March 15th and Arthur Booten, and the things that she said about the defendant and the reasons why the plan existed, it's very prejudicial. It will lead to a mistrial if it gets blurted out, Your Honor. So for that, there's 2 reasons that I'm asking the court to give a colloquy to her and allow us to lead so we can avoid that. And it would be great if she doesn't come off as a hostile witness and just gives, and would give us the information. I just think the risk is very high, and to avoid future litigation, I am asking that we be allowed to do that.
Okay. Understanding that there's issues relative to the preparation of witnesses and disclosures of various information, understanding that, Attorney Duren, do you have any specific response to those two specific requests by the defendant?
Your Honor, I'll defer to the court.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, I think under the circumstances, I'm going to grant the defendant's motion to allow leading questions relative to this witness, and I will conduct a brief colloquy with her because of the reasons stated by defense counsel relative to those issues. The colloquy is going to be focused upon her understanding that she has been number one, that she has been subpoenaed here,
Hello, Lainey.
and that she's going to be asked questions, and that she's instructed to, is she prepared to answer the question that she is asked? Are you prepared to answer the question that you are asked? And are you prepared to limit your testimony to the question that was asked and not to volunteer further information? Is that sufficient, Attorney Kenny?
And Your Honor, I think it would also make sense to instruct her specifically in accordance with your order that we're talking about the what of the plan and not the why of the plan.
I know, right, Tracy? Don't worry.
And finally, that she's not to testify about statements allegedly made by Caitlyn. That she can testify as to her perception, her understanding of what her understanding of.
Just a question for clarification as to why the state has asked so many times for the motion to be reconsidered. Is Ms. Plumunden then allowed to testify to the factual result of a statement that is a hearsay statement of Ms. Naffziger, or is she only allowed to testify to her portion of the plan?
Her understanding of what was going to happen.
And doesn't that include hearsay statements of Ms. Naffziger?
And I've already ruled that relates to her understanding as to that, not relative to indirect hearsay. But she can't testify as to what Caitlyn said to her, but she can testify as to what she understood the plan to be.
They're going to have a lot of sidebars with Amber and I feel.
Anything further, Attorney Kenny?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Duren, anything further right now?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, they're going on a 10-minute break. Here's how bad the audio is, right? So my headphones, by the way, and I don't know what the actual, how audio works, but I can tell you that nothing is coming out of my left headphone and hasn't been for days. I just put it there because it makes it I don't know, I'm not getting noise into this ear, so I can hear better, but the sound's only coming out of one headphone, which is, there's nothing wrong with my headphones because I listen to music just fine. So it's definitely their audio issues that they're having in court. So blame them. Sidebar, they need to have an open bar, right? Lady Grace says maybe he wants the jury to hear about the plan so he doesn't need to take the stand. Pilo's mom says this is bullcrap. It'll look like she was planning to take the kids away. Terry says, I thought it was my headphones and I've tried several pair. Glad to know it's not me. No, it's not. It's not at all. It's definitely the issue of, I don't know who, but somebody. Okay, so obviously the the hearing they had about dismissing the case, the judge was like, nope. Pretty sure there's enough evidence to convict, which is standard literally in every trial I've ever watched. So that's just a formality, if you will, even though we all rolled our eyes like, okay. And then they talked about the state believed that through Dustin's interview that he had basically opened the door, or they had opened the door, either way, to bringing in the abuse allegations. And the judge was like, no, that's no, that door is not open yet. So he kept his ruling the same, where the if Aunt Brenda and Shannon came to the stand, they weren't allowed to talk about any prior bad acts of Dustin's. Then the defense is like, yeah, so we're going to be calling Aunt Brenda, and, well, she's probably going to be a hostile witness, which is not something you hear very often at all, really. But even before a witness gets up on the stand, she's like, yeah, she's probably going to be a hostile witness. And I'm worried she's going to say things that's going to cause a mistrial, like, statements of, what do they call those? Excitement, something like that. I forget what it is. And, judge, can you talk to her before we start questioning her, just so she understands what's at stake here? Because it sounds to me like Aunt Brenda has things to say about Dustin. And, Aunt Brenda, if you ever want to come on and tell me all about Dustin, I am here to listen and support you guys, because you can get the real story out here if you want to come on Couch Confessions with Llama. That is for sure. So, but now the defense does have to be very careful, because while the judge said, listen, they haven't opened the door, he did say, we'll have to see, if they open the door at any point, that could let in past it. They have to be very careful on their questioning, which is where they stand right now. So they're definitely calling Aunt Brenda. They said that Arthur Booten, Shannon Spurgeon, and I think they said Catherine Gann, but I don't feel like they said her name, were going to be rebuttal witnesses. Okay. And they did not mention anything about Dr. Roger Pittman. At least I didn't hear it. An excited utterance. Thank you, Tracy. Look at that. Teamwork makes the dream work. Love that. Thank you. So, yeah. Michael says, yeah, I'm having a tough time hearing anything too. Yeah. But what are you going to do? That's court for you. No, I think it's somebody running probably court TVs. I don't know. Oh, they're going mono, apparently. Is that what it is? Okay. This is so ridiculous. It is. I mean, I'm ready for a verdict. I do not think that. I mean, we'll see. The defense has to present their case. Okay, but it's still not looking good for them. But I don't think the jury is going to take very long to come to this conclusion. So that's good. They have not said anything about Dustin taking the stand yet, which is interesting, because I do feel like when they, do the motion to dismiss a direct verdict, right? It's usually right after that when they ask the lawyers, hey, have you talked to your client about testifying? It gives them a little heads up. They don't have to say yes or no there, but it's usually brought up, and they didn't bring it up at all. So I don't know if Dustin's going to be taking the stand. Pull it together, Skippy, right? Do we have time for working? We don't. No, they're going to be back in 2 minutes. Plus, I don't even know if it works or not. We haven't done it in a while. Last time, we tried. It didn't work, but let's see. You know what? We'll try it. We probably won't be able to do very much because of court, but let's give it a go. Why not? See what happens. All right, so I need this one. Okay. All right, how's access? I know it does, but you ask me this every single time. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, we're just going to test it and see if it works. Okay, guys? All right, let's see. All right, see if this works for us. Ooh, I hope so, because I'd be fine with us hanging out, watching or playing. Oh, look, it works. Or it worked for me. Somebody else put in a word. I mean, it worked for me, so I'm assuming it does for other people. Put in tools. That's the 5-letter word, sorry. Oh, look at that. Yeah. All right. Look at us go. Ooh. So this is a game we like to play sometimes when we have breaks. It's fun. It's a fun time. Oh, that's a good one, Lady in Gray. Yeah. Now, if you guys haven't been here to play with us, you just type the word in chat and you might make the board. So, loose. Oh, there you go. And 1 4-letter word left. Oh, let me pull this over here. Okay, they're still on break. This should automatically go. Oh, I didn't check. I'll check it while time runs out because I'm going to use the bathroom before Aunt Brenda comes on because I don't want to miss any of that. We've been waiting for her. Syncing. We did pretty good though. We passed level 1, you guys. Oh, Corsonda. Good job. With Sue, you got the last one and we got them all. Good job. And welcome, Corsonda. Tracy's in the first with 10. True crime myself and 9. Laney and Lady in Gray are tied for third with 8 points. All right, so I'm going to continue this for you guys, and I'm going to step away real quick to use the bathroom and get more coffee. But keep on playing. All right, I'm back. Is it not working? Oh, it is working. Okay. They are not back yet, but Aunt Brenda is sitting at the stand. So there you go, guys. Good job. Well, you know what? Maybe we just won't take a lunch break. Well, I might, but you guys can stay here and play because I do have to get up and walk around because of my legs and stuff. So it's Friday. Why not? Fun Friday. If there's even a lunch break, wouldn't it be wild if the defense just rested after Aunt Brenda here? Oh, look at you guys go. Ugh, I hate season changes. I love how the bailiffs in the courtroom are just always moving the podium around all over the place. Oh, it's so funny to watch. Look at you guys. Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you guys haven't played before, it starts to get hard when there's like mystery letters and then fake letters, and then there's both of them. We do have a hard time at a certain point. Oh, we already got that one. Okay. Ooh, last minute. Carsonda, you are just getting it with the very last minute ones. All right, Laney in first with 21. Carsonda with 19. Angie with third. And Tracy in fourth. Lawyers are coming back, but judges not back yet. One state is back. All right, we'll do this, but we're probably going to have to cut it off in the middle, just so you guys know. Oof. Oh, wow, that's a lot. Yeah, lady, look at you. You're professional now. Okay. Oh, you have a fork. Okay. Oh, nice, Tracy, with forklift. Good job. Oh. Oh, the judge is coming in, you guys, I think. Maybe not. Okay, yes. Let's see, where is... So what I'll do is I'll leave this up so that way we know that it works. They're rising for the judge. We don't have, oh, there we go. All right, switching back, guys. Sorry. All right, there we go. But I will leave that up for later. Okay, we'll do that for a break today.
Okay, we're back on the record outside the presence of the jury. Good morning, Ms. Palondon. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
First thing, Ms. Palondon, if I could have you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Good idea,
Yes.
Lainey.
Thank you. Can I ask you to please spell your last name for the record, please?
Plamondon.
Thank you. Again, thank you for being here. I understand it's under subpoena. Have you spoken with Attorney Kinney about the scope of your testimony?
No.
Okay. Ms. Palondon, I am allowing the defense attorney to call you as a witness in this matter, but I've placed significant limits on the scope of your testimony. Okay? And has anybody told you that?
The defense attorneys just let me know that a minute ago.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go over that with you now in an effort to just make sure that we're on the same page before the jury comes back in.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. When Attorney Kinney, the lawyer for the defendant, when Attorney Kinney asks you a question, are you prepared to answer the question that was asked by Attorney Kinney?
Yes.
And when you answer her questions, are you prepared when testifying to not volunteer further information other than what you were asked about?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to also let you know that the state will have the opportunity, when Attorney Kinney is done, the attorneys for the state will have the opportunity to ask you questions as well. So that may clarify some of what you are asked by Attorney Kinney, but they will be operating under the same orders and rules that I have put in place relative to what they can and can't ask you. So that it's not just Attorney Kinney asking you questions. The state will have the right to ask you questions as well. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
We support you too, Aunt Brenda.
Ms. Palondon, the questions are going to be based upon what you knew at certain points in time. Okay? They're not going to be based on why you knew them. In other words, it's not based upon what Caitlyn told you or why certain things were being done. It is limited to what you knew at the time.
Okay.
Okay, in other words, your knowledge as to what was happening at certain points in time. That is what your anticipated testimony will be, at least with respect to the questions being asked by Attorney Kinney.
Okay.
Okay.
This is Caitlyn's aunt. I should clarify that. Thank you.
Specifically, it will be about what you understood, your personal understanding as to any plan that you might have.
I don't know, but lovely seeing you, Carsonda.
Okay.
Thank you for playing.
It doesn't include Caitlyn's specific statements to you as much as it is what you understood the plan to be.
Okay.
Okay? In other words, it's limited to your understanding at certain points in time. And I understand it's difficult on many levels. I'm simply going over what the court's expectations are at this time. Do you have any questions of me, ma'am?
No, I understand.
Okay. And at this point, Attorney Kinney, any further comments or inquiry by the court that you would request?
No, none, Your Honor.
Okay. Any from the state at this time, Attorney Duren?
Nothing.
Okay. So I'm going to bring the jury in, and once again, if you have any questions of me, I realize this is a difficult process. If you have any questions of me, we can try to go over them now. I'll give you just a moment.
If there's a word or something that doesn't fit, is it just a no answer then? If
Just answer honestly, answer the question that Attorney Kinney or the attorney
Hello,
will
Liz.
ask you.
Hello.
Just answer honestly to the
Just
best
for
of
the
your
friendly
ability
goat.
and to the best of your understanding as to what you understood at the time relative to any plan with Caitlyn.
okay.
Okay? I appreciate your ability to follow the court's instructions. Okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Anything further? Okay.
That sounds like Aunt Brenda's a soft talker too. Good morning, Dave. Just in time. Like always. Michael, are you a few minutes behind? I think you might be.
All rise for the honorable jury. County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Jonathan Naffziger presiding.
Could have said that with a little bit more enthusiasm, sir. Like Massachusetts does. Like the one thing they do right.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Now, Ms. Plumonna, if I could have you raise your right hand. Do you swear that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, if I could have you state your name, please, and spell your last name for the record.
Brenda Plamondon, Plamondon.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. London. I just have a few questions for you. You live in New Hampshire,
Yes,
and you have 2 children?
3.
3 children. And Caitlyn Naffziger was your niece by marriage?
Yes,
Okay. And Ellen and Valen are her daughters?
yes,
They never lived with you though, correct?
no,
In early of 2024, Caitlyn reached out to you about coming to visit,
yes,
and she didn't give you much detail about her visit at that point, right?
yes.
So yes, she did not give you detail?
She did not give me much detail.
Okay, thank you. And later February, she reached out again with information that she was going to come to New Hampshire.
Yes,
Okay. And you knew that she had a plane ticket to Boston, correct?
yes,
And that she was bringing the baby Valen with her, correct?
yes,
But you didn't know where she was going to stay, right? Before she got to Boston?
yes, that's true.
Okay. Or if she needed to borrow a car, right?
Right, I had offered.
You had offered, but you weren't sure. She never responded yes or no, right?
True,
Okay. But Caitlyn and Valen did come to Boston in late February 2024, correct?
yes,
And they stayed with you the first night they arrived
yes,
in Hampton?
yes,
Okay. And you and Caitlyn and Valen stayed the night in Hampton. Was anyone else there?
yes,
Is that Shannon
yes, and my husband, Mark.
and your husband, Mark? Shannon is your friend?
Yes,
So that night at your home was the first time you really got to talk to Caitlyn about her visit to New Hampshire, correct?
yes,
Okay. And that Caitlyn was there, her plan was to go up and get Ellen and go back with both kids to Minnesota, correct?
yes,
Okay. And so you and Shannon and Caitlyn talked about how that plan would play out, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you knew that Caitlyn had a return ticket to Minnesota, correct?
yes,
And you had offered to pay for Ellen's ticket back?
yes,
Okay. So the plan was that Caitlyn and Vela would go up to Dustin's in Berlin and study his habits, right?
Objection.
No. Sorry.
Projection.
Audio guy, I'm going to need you to get it together today, sir. She said she was going to go study his habits. What kind of, get out of here. Get out of here. So Aunt Brenda was going to pay for Ellen's flight back, which is why we haven't heard. We knew that Caitlyn had a round trip ticket for her and Valen, since Valen was a baby still. She didn't need a ticket for her to fly. But now we know that Aunt Brenda was going to pay for Ellen's ticket to fly back to Minnesota. We love you, Aunt Brenda. You're just doing your best. It's okay. Oh, hey, Sammy. Long time no see. Hope you're doing great. Love your, oh, look at your little witch hat picture. Love that. Happy Halloween. Hope you're doing well. I have no idea what's going on after the, this is Aunt Brenda, Caitlyn's aunt, on the stand. Oh, let me unmute now. There we go.
So, Ms. London, the plan was for you, if you had not heard from Caitlyn on Saturday, you were going to go to Berlin and wait at a restaurant to leave with her and the kids, correct?
No.
You spoke to the police back in March of 2024 about this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a recorded phone call that you gave them?
Yes.
You agreed to be recorded,
Yes.
and you told them everything that you knew at the time, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't leave anything out?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And you had a chance to look at the transcript of that recording, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you page 7 of your transcript. Where you say line 9.
I assume it's being used to refresh your recollection.
I'm impeaching her, Your Honor.
Objection.
I'm impeaching her, Your Honor. What? Oh my God.
Roll.
I knew there was going to be a lot of sidebars. And it came to Brenda. Before she gets up there, the defense is like, Your Honor, we're pretty sure she's going to be a hostile witness. Yeah. Good luck impeaching Aunt Brenda, ma'am. But okay. Okay. I'm so happy that you're finally in your house, Simi. It has been too long of a wait for you. I'm glad you finally got those inspectors in there. My goodness. Oh boy. It's going to be a long morning. Gonna be a long morning. Do you guys think Aunt Brenda will be able to keep it together? I think she will. I mean, she hasn't even rolled her eyes as much as the medical examiner did. Oh, I remember that guy yesterday. He was just couldn't believe it. It was great. I was like, yes, sir. I understand that as well. I'm trying to find why all of his binders say Dustin Duren Bates. Maybe one of his attorneys' names Bates. Maybe the pad attorney? I don't know. I know, right? Just make sure. Okay, they turned it off, so that's good. Well, good. I love that for you, Semi. That's fantastic. I want to know if this guy's taking the stand. It's not sounding like he's going to. And again, I really don't know what the defense is trying to do with this. There was a plan. Because again, it doesn't really matter if there was a plan. She had full custody of these kids to get them. And the oldest one, Ellen, who was with Dustin, to get her and fly her back to Minnesota. All well within her rights to do so. Because she has all the rights and he has none. So I don't really understand how this is beneficial to his defense here. So, but we'll see. We will see. Sorry. I think in his interview with the police, they acknowledged that.
When you, did you?
Well, she said that.
You were able to review the transcript of your interview?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a fair, and does it look like this? Does the copy that you were given look like this? What is this defense exhibit, what? ID, D. Thank you.
I don't know. It was an email.
Okay, well, why don't you take a look at that and let me know if that looks like item you reviewed?
Oh, she's wearing polka dots today too, and I do
Yes.
like polka dot shirt.
And is that a fair and accurate transcript of what you told the troopers in March of 2015, March 15, 2024?
Some of it was mislabeled of what Shannon said and what I said.
Okay. And so I also have clips. Were you able to listen to the video?
No.
Okay. So, Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Why are we approaching now? I like how she's like, well, this is the transcript. And Aunt Brenda is like, well, it's not very accurate because it's misconstrued some of the things I said, which is just so funny because the defense argued ad nauseum about the transcript from Dustin's interview all day yesterday, all freaking day. Now she's just like, but this transcript's all good, right? Nothing to see here that there's mistakes in this one. Oh my gosh. Yes, the typing is Terry Llama shenanigans. Always. Always. Yeah, it's very, very faint. Like it's like that noise comes on this one, but it's still like super soft. And like if I take this one out, I can't hear anything. So it's very annoying. Oh, Lady and Grace said, does the jury know that she has all the rights and he doesn't? The only time I think that's been officially kind of said was in his interview where he said, well, Caitlyn said she has all the rights. And so.
Okay, Ms. Clement, please review page 7, lines 7 to 18, and then I'll ask you questions again of ID, defendant's ID, Exhibit D.
Okay.
was to go to Berlin and wait for Caitlyn and the girls to come meet you at a restaurant or somewhere and take them back to the airport.
No.
Okay, so can you tell us what the plan was?
That we were waiting for Caitlyn to call us and tell us how she needed a ride, and that we would meet her wherever we needed to meet her. And if by Saturday we hadn't heard from her, that we were just going to go to Berlin and wait to hear from her so that we would be closer and ready.
And the plan was to get them back to Minnesota, all three, Caitlyn, Valen, and Elowen, as quickly as possible.
Yes.
The next day, after that plan was discussed, you offered to drive Caitlyn and Valen up to meet Dustin, correct?
Kind of.
Okay. Did you drive her up to Ossipee?
Yes.
Okay. And you drove with Shannon, Caitlyn, and Valen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you drove Caitlyn and Valen to the designated meeting place, which was a restaurant in Ossipee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Caitlyn brought a suitcase with her, correct?
Yes.
She had a bag of like wet laundry because there was an issue with the dryer.
Yes.
Okay. But she did leave behind other things, right? Like her backpack,
Yes.
kids' birth certificates.
Yes.
Would you like a break?
I can't imagine how much what ifs run through her mind all of the time. It's not her fault.
Okay.
Okay. I only have a few more questions. You didn't see Dustin or Ellen when you dropped Caitlyn Valen off, right?
No.
And after you dropped them off, you called Caitlyn's mom to tell her what the plan was, right?
No.
Okay, you called folks though to talk to them?
Yes.
Okay. Those folks being her mom
Yes.
and her dad, Rob?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, thank you.
Horse indulgence.
So tough. Oh, look at him giving 0 fucks.
You're welcome, sir. Okay,
Yep.
there's some water there. Do you have some?
Yep.
Okay. Do you need to take a minute?
Nope, I'm okay.
Okay. Ms. Clemunden, you live in Hampton, New Hampshire, correct?
Yes.
How long of a drive did you have to come to court?
I don't know, like 2.5 hours, I think?
Are you familiar with this part of the state?
No, I'm not.
Had you ever been to Berlin, New Hampshire before?
No,
Have you still to this day been to Berlin, New Hampshire?
I have not.
Now, Caitlyn Naffziger, she flew from Minnesota to Boston on February 27th of 2024, right?
Yes,
And then she took a bus to New Hampshire?
yes,
And then you and/or Shannon picked her up from the bus stop?
yes,
She and Valen, her youngest child, they spent one night with you in Hampton, correct?
yes.
Can you tell us during that time, did you have a chance to observe Caitlyn and Valen together?
Yes.
What were your, without telling us what anyone said, what were your observations of their relationship?
What a good mom she was, and how relaxed the relationship was, and just how happy she was. Both of them.
Had Caitlyn ever come to see you in New Hampshire before?
Yes.
How many times?
At least 3, maybe more.
How long had it been since the last time she'd been here?
We have a holiday called Thanksmas, and she.
Thanksmas?
Yes, and we
Okay.
do everything that we've always done, Christmas to Thanksgiving in 1 week, and all the family gets together. And so she was there for that, as was her mom and husband and other family members.
Her mom's husband?
Yeah, her mom Lori and,
Okay. Just making sure I know
yep,
who you're
yep,
talking
and
about.
Lori's husband Tim and my kids, and
Had Caitlyn ever been to Berlin, New Hampshire?
no,
Not before February of 2024?
no,
Did she have any friends in New Hampshire?
no,
Were you her only relative in New Hampshire?
yes,
Besides your husband as well, right?
yes, yes,
And your kids?
yep,
And you, and I don't mean this to sound improper, but you're related to Caitlyn by marriage, correct?
yes.
Now, on February 28th, so the very next day, I mean, Caitlyn was in your house for, when did she get there on the 27th? In the morning? Or was it nighttime?
It was evening, and I was working and coming from Boston, so I didn't see her until like 5 p.m.
Okay. So at some point, sounds like less than about, I don't know, less than a day later, you drove Caitlyn to that restaurant in Ossipee, New Hampshire, correct?
Yes,
A place called Harley Jack's?
yes,
Does it take, fair to say it took you over an hour to get there?
yes,
Had you ever heard of it before?
no,
Ever been there?
no,
When you got to Ossipee at Harley Jack's restaurant, Caitlyn
I
got out of
support
the car.
it.
yes,
She took Valen out of the car.
yes.
Was Valen in a car seat?
Yes, it was like a car seat that fits into the stroller.
One of
Okay.
those like dual, like
Right.
pop it in and out things.
Right, but
Okay.
she left the stroller portion at my house.
Okay. You didn't go inside the restaurant, right?
No,
When Caitlyn got out of your car and took Valen, without telling us what she said or did what she said, how was she behaving?
I mean, it was quite a sad sight, and Shannon and I both cried. You know, she's such a small person, and she had this big, enormous suitcase, and, you know, she had the baby in the car seat, and she was just like lugging it. I felt awful for leaving her there.
But you did leave.
Yes, she specifically asked that we not come in because
So you left.
yes,
Okay. You didn't see the defendant at Harley Jack's?
no,
And just so we're clear, do you know the defendant?
yes.
How do you know him?
We have FaceTimed many times, and I, know him as the father of Valen and Elowen, and because of Caitlyn's relationship with him.
You didn't talk to the defendant when when Caitlyn was in New Hampshire, correct?
No,
You didn't talk to him in Ossipee in the parking lot?
no,
You didn't talk to him over the phone after you left Caitlyn in
Yes,
the
Penny,
parking
this
lot?
is her aunt.
I don't even have his contact information.
He didn't speak to you?
No,
Did you leave before Caitlyn went in, or did you watch her go in?
We left as we parked far away in the parking lot and left as she was walking through the parking lot.
So you didn't wait in the parking lot until they finished lunch and left the restaurant, did you?
No, I had no contact after she got out of the car.
And when you left the parking lot at Harley Jack's, where'd you go?
Home,
Okay, so you drove the hour back to Hampton?
yes.
You didn't follow them back to Berlin?
No, I was working and it was 5 o'clock, so Shannon had driven up there, but now I was done working and I shut my laptop and I'm like, oh, I can drive home. And she's like, great, because I don't see well at night, so,
So you wanted to get home?
yeah,
You'd agree that your home is at least 2.5 hours away from Berlin?
yes.
Now, what defense has asked you about in terms of this plan is that you were going to, the plan was for you to go up and sit at a restaurant on Saturday, correct?
If we hadn't heard from her at that point.
Okay. Did there ever come a time that you heard from Caitlyn?
No,
When you dropped her off in the restaurant parking lot, was that the last time you saw her?
yes,
As part of the plan, did you choose a safe word?
yes,
What was the safe word?
that,
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yeah, safe words kind of towing that abuse line they don't want to cross. Simi, yes, the defendant is claiming self-defense in shooting the mother of his children in the head because she was trying to kidnap the kids. It's absolutely not the case at all, despite defense's efforts. So we are expecting the defendant did do an interview with police yesterday, which I had to read the whole thing. And yeah, we don't like him. Self-defense is not going to work. It's absolutely not going to work in this case. But the defense is trying their damnedest. I'll tell you that. But so we are expecting him to take the stand, since most of the time defendants do have to take the stand to get their point across for self-defense. But they have yet, honestly, to convince, and even in his own words, that there was any sort of realistic self-defense claim here. But he shot the mother in the head while holding the 4-year-old. So it's unbelievable, to be quite honest with you. And we are mad about it.
Code word, correct?
I don't recall.
Oh.
And if you got this code word, you were gonna drive 2.5 hours? Is that fair to say?
And call 911.
Was part of this plan to tell the defendant about it? Would that have made sense to you?
The 4-year-old. Yeah.
About the
tell
code word?
No, to tell him about the plan in general.
No,
Was Caitlyn gonna tell him about it?
no,
Was your plan designed to hurt Elowen?
no,
Was your plan designed to harm either child?
no,
Was any part of the plan to seek money?
no,
Was there any part of the plan that had Caitlyn telling the defendant that she was gonna call the police to take custody of the children?
no,
Was there any part of this plan that required Caitlyn to tell the defendant that she was gonna take the children back to Minnesota?
no,
Did Caitlyn have a car with her?
nope,
Did she have a rental car reservation anywhere?
no,
Did she have a bus ticket?
no,
Was Caitlyn familiar in any way with the area in Berlin, New Hampshire?
no,
And the plan was that she would have the 2 children with her, correct?
Yes.
Caitlyn never texted you to say that she got into the restaurant okay?
No.
She never texted you to say the defendant was there?
No. She specifically said she couldn't text because he would control her phone.
She didn't call you to say that they were leaving the restaurant?
No.
Did she send you any?
Your Honor, she keeps making suggestions that my client was abusing and controlling. Meh. Yeah, he's a real POS. Oh no, they're going hard with it's self-defense, very hard. So she was a little late for that one. I know, right? You see my face like, ugh. She didn't object to it though. Then she did. She's like, oh wait, I forgot. I'm not supposed to let in this horrible information about my client. Again, and so you know, Caitlyn comes all the way from Minnesota. She's 2.5 hours away from the only other person she knows in New Hampshire. And they're trying to say, oh, he had to shoot her because she was going to kidnap the kids. Even though she had no vehicle. She had she could only take them on foot if it was even considered kidnapping, which according to us, it is not. Because guess who didn't have
Answer
any
relative to controlling the
custody
phone, I
rights?
instruct you to give it no weight whatsoever.
She didn't call you to say that they left the restaurant, correct?
No, she did not.
Did she send you any photographs of her with the 2 children at his apartment?
No.
Did she text you at any time and say, help, please come?
No.
Did she ever text you a code word?
No.
Did there ever come a time that you heard from Caitlyn after you dropped her in that parking lot in Ossipee?
Nope.
Was that part of the plan?
No.
I have no other questions.
Ms. Clendon, part of the plan was for Caitlyn to take both children while Dustin was asleep, correct?
No.
That, you didn't discuss how he plays video games and stays up all night?
Objection, you're right outside the scope.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yep.
All right, so they're still arguing, I see. Okay, cool. Oh, babe, we've been ready for it since like opening statements, right? And then yesterday, we were listening to his police interview. It was like infuriating to watch. It was just unbelievable. Yeah, for again, no reason. Yeah, he was so nonchalant about it, had no regrets, none about, actually, I apologize. His biggest one, was moving from Nevada to Minnesota and following her to Minnesota. Not that he shot and killed the mother of his children right in front of his kids, but that he moved previously from Nevada to Minnesota. Like, really, sir? Really? Had no remorse whatsoever. Hello, Sam. Good morning. I've been lurking, but what adds to this is if he took her phone and found out any of the text messages were safe words or plans to leave, then that could have been his trigger. I think his trigger was he wanted to know stuff and she wouldn't give it to him. It sounds to me like she was just trying to enjoy the time with her babies, the one she hadn't seen in a month, and kind of maybe stepping up for herself. Like, I don't have to answer you, and that's what he didn't like. Yes, exactly, Sam. Yes. He was losing control, all of that. Yeah, exactly, Simi. Exactly. And how can you be kidnapping your own kid that you have full custody over? We don't know either. We don't know either. It just doesn't make any sense. Angie said it was instinct training that kicked in from being a Marine to eliminate the threat because he has PTSD, which no. I mean, Angie's filling you in on what they've brought about. It's a joke, really. Savage says, okay, the fact that they had set up a code word at all is pretty damning. I'm pretty sure I never had to have a code word when visiting anyone except Mr. Mara. Oh. Oh. Yeah, no, that's very alarming, And we read in the court documents that Aunt Brenda, her friend Shannon, was with her when they dropped her off, and that they could testify that there was former abuse between the two. But the defense doesn't want that in. They're like, no, none of that prior bad act stuff. Even though, how is it relevant? Irrelevant. But Dave says, how could anybody just walk up and shoot anybody? It's just incomprehensible. I agree. It's been impossible to see self-defense in this case at all, so, and let alone like the mother of your children. I get it, y'all may not like each other, but like, you just wanted her gone so you could have the girls to yourself. What a POS parent you are. He had both of his parents. His dad was a sheriff. He had his mom. They had been married for a long time. You had two parents. You don't even know what it's like to not have one parent. And here he just made the decision to where now his two daughters will have no parents. No parents. And then Simi, oh my gosh. And then, so after he does this, he takes the girls, fucking drives from New Hampshire to New York. And then he calls his own mom, tells her what he did, and that she should probably call the police and let them know. But he was going to turn himself in. Yeah, that's right. He put that burden on his own mother. Ridiculous.
Members of the jury, the last question and answer I am striking from the record, and I am indicating that you should give it no weight whatsoever as part of your overall considerations, and you may rephrase.
Thank you. Ms. Clemondon, is it fair to say that the plan was for Caitlyn to get the girls from the apartment and leave without Dustin knowing?
Yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
Oh, and this guy is a former Marine as well. So he has, gun training, which, comes with a lot of responsibility, in my opinion.
Ms. Clemondon? You've just testified that the plan was for Caitlyn to leave with the two girls, correct?
Yes.
Without the defendant knowing?
Yes.
Caitlyn did not have a car,
Right,
did not have a bus ticket,
right,
did not know the area.
right.
You were 2.5 hours away.
Yes.
She didn't know anyone else in the state.
No.
It was February in Berlin, New Hampshire.
Yes.
Fair to say the temperatures range between -2 and 32.
Yes.
But shit.
Fair to say that it was snowing that week.
This is beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Is no? Okay.
I don't recall.
Probably.
I have no further questions.
Okay, counsel approach, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, audio guy. Sorry, hold on. I gotta text Elbow Feet because I don't know if he's listening or not. I used to go pick up stuff. Today's- Meds, not message. Oh, damn, autocorrect. So let's see. I have a feeling that he could have injured, Sammy says he could have injured her and easily gotten away if he was in a self-defense situation. However, he didn't want to get away. He wanted to end her life and have control. Exactly. It's weird he picked a place 2.5 hours away from the one person they knew in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
I did. And he was like, you have to poo? And I was like, damn it. I must not have done it right.
Yes.
And I was like, no, not right now. And we're approaching again. Cool. Love this for us. Oh my gosh, what could they have just not talked about that they need to go and talk about some more? It's probably, Your Honor, we don't have any other witnesses, and we're going to need to talk to our client about going on the stand because we don't know if he's going to do that yet. So we need time to advise him and get his answers. So I would like it if maybe we just let the jury go early for lunch. Bet. I don't know if that's true, but Sam says, "Oh, your hair looks beautiful today, and your face per usual. Thank you. You guys get to see my hair drying out in real time because I had worn it up. I took a shower last night and I wore it up, and then it was like really curly. And then as the day goes by, it like loses its hold and then just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But thank you. I appreciate it. I feel pretty today. I'm also wearing a new shirt. It makes me feel fancy. It feels nice. Oh boy. Well, her aunt did a good. I don't think her aunt in any way helped with the defense. I mean, okay, and so we'll see. We'll see how that goes. For what? Oh, I'll deal with that later. I don't feel like dealing it now. School stuff. Oh, thank you, Dave. Oh, you guys are so. I was not fishing for compliments, but thank you. Sam said, were they wanting her to slip up for a mistrial? I mean, they did mention it before she came on. They wanted to avoid her saying something, but I don't. The judge told them to disregard that comment. I mean, I wouldn't say there's any mistrial worthy. Yes, you guys, it is October, National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We have the number at the screen if you...
Okay, members of the jury, we are going to take an early lunch break today.
Llama, how'd you know that?
We will take the noon hour a bit early. And so we will break now. We are going to reconvene at 12:45. I'll expect you folks back at 12:45. I will meet with the lawyers before that, but I would ask that you be ready to go at 12:45. It is currently 11:30. Again, consistent with all of my instructions, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Conduct no research as to any matter. Don't transmit any matter through your own social media. And if you see someone in Lancaster, please don't talk to them. But other than that, thank you for following my instructions, and we'll reconvene again at 12:45. Thank you.
I'm very annoyed. We don't know if he's taking the stand or not. I hate when they waste our time like this. Like, now we're just going to live in anticipation for the next hour and 15 minutes. So, but you know what we got to do in the meantime is play the words on stream. Oh, now I can turn down this. All right, I probably sound better now, don't I? Sorry. Angie says, are we keeping the stream to play a game or breaking for a new stream?
Confirmed that what I've indicated is we will reconvene court at 12:30. I know that I indicated that the jury to be back at 12:45, but my expectation will be to confer again with the attorneys at 12:30, and the court will be in recess from now until 12:30. Is that sufficient, counsel? Sufficient? Okay, all right, thank you. The court will be in recess.
Okay, so they're coming back at 12:30, then the jury. So, ooh, yeah, we could make a poll. Hold on, I got to pull up the stream to do that. I think we'll just do one big stream today. Why not? And we'll play our words on stream game. But first, let me do a poll for you guys of whether or not we think Dustin Duren is going to take the stand. Oh, it's weird hearing myself like that. Oh, that's weird. Schedule your live to switch to members only. That's interesting, but we're not. That's not what we're doing. Okay. Will Dustin, that's not how you spell it. And yeah, we'll just hang out today. Why not? It's Friday. It's fine. I mean, I'll stick around for a little bit and play the game with you guys, but then I will step away, but it'll keep going just so I can walk around a bit and probably use the bathroom, make more coffee. So, oh, no. Stop it. Sorry. None of that, please. And thank you, Court TV. She's trying to get us in trouble. All right, let me make sure I have autopilot on. Language, good. We're all good. All right, cool. All right, who's ready to play the words on stream game? Yay! Yeah, we'll just keep the whole stream going today. Why not? Happy Friday, everybody. We've earned it this week, having to hear all the BS we've had to. We've earned this. Okay. Now, if you're just joining us, you're going to see scrambled letters, and you just type in the live chat over here what word you think shows up. And if you're right, it pops up on screen. And that's all you got to do to play along. It's really that easy. And it's okay if you're not great. It's a team. I mean, while there are individual scores, it does take all of us to beat the levels. So who's ready? I suck at working. But yippee, that's okay. All right, let's get going, shall we? Yeah. All right. I don't even know if Lainey's still around. Yeah, look at us go already. Love it. Oh. I think I got it. No. Sometimes you can't, you have to delay your answers too, by the way. It's kind of annoying. You might have to type the same answer again. You got to wait like 5 seconds or 10 seconds before you raise something else, which is stupid. Oh, is that? Oh, that's already a word. Damn it. Okay. We already got nice. Ooh, epic. Good one, Tracy. Good one. No. Lean, look at you, lady in gray. Nice. Very nice. And so it'll be. I don't think that's a word, but why not? Oh, no shit. That was a word. Huh. That was just a guess. All right. Well, sorry, guys. Oof, boy. I'm in first with 30 points, followed by Sammy Sunshine in second with 10, and Tracy in third with 8 points. Oof. And we did perfect, though, you guys. We got all the answers. So yay to everybody. We did it. All right. Round 2. Fight. Oh, level 6. Okay. Wow. We like skipped some levels, but okay. What do we got now? Sam, look at you. You would see unicorn. Oh, good job. I love that. Perfect. Curio. Good one, Carsonda. And glad to see you're still around. Welcome. Oh, you guys are doing great. Ooh, noun. Good. That wouldn't be right. Wait not. Oh, that wouldn't be right either. All right, well, this one's a little tougher for me, so that's okay. I think we need like one more word to beat it, though. Otherwise, I have to start over again. Oh, do we have? Oh, we do have that. Damn. Okay. Oh, nuncio. I don't even know what that word means. Good job, Tracy. Look at you, girl. Yeah. See, teamwork. Love it. We got 1 star. We'll take it. Take it. All right. We got me in first with 36, followed by Tracy getting up there second with 20. Sammy Sunshine right behind her with 19, and Angie right behind her with 18. Ooh, look at us go, you guys. I love it. All right. Let's do another round. I think my son, I had no clue. Shh, you don't need to tell your secrets. Oh, no, one of these letters is fake. So it is not the T-O-U or R. I'm going to go with it's probably Z. What? Ooh, Rooter, a good one. Yeah, I think Z is the fake one. Oh, Euro. That was a good guess. Good one. Oh, didn't even know that was a word. Yay. Truer. Okay. Also didn't know truer was a word. That sounds improper. The truer of the two. I mean, I guess. I've used it like that. Oh, look, C was the fake letter there. We beat it, though. Good job, guys. 2 stars. Yeah. Look at us collecting all the stars. All right. I'm first with 48. Tracy and Lady in Gray tied for second with 26. Angie right behind them with 23rd. There you go. Racking up the points, you guys. Love that. Oh, retro. That would have been good. All right. We got one of the letters is fake. I'm going to go with bish. It's not a word. Oh. Did I even type anything? I didn't. Oh, okay. Is the B fake? I think the B is fake. No, it's not. I just didn't have the right word, so ignore me. Oh. Okay, the N is the fake one. I hope that wasn't right. I'm not understanding why some of your guys' answers aren't getting up there. Sam, you should totally write ship again. I'd steal it, but that's a freebie for you. Well, we didn't win that one. That's okay. Well. All right. I'm going to leave you guys playing with yourself. I'll be back in, a little bit, but I'm going to leave this running. It should automatically do it for you guys. Start a new game. Oh, by the way, that whole game was me in first with 40. Oh, me and Lady in Gray tied for first with 48, followed by Tracy with 35 and Sammy Sunshine right behind her with 28. All right. So you guys enjoy, and I will be back in a little bit. Hello, friends. I'm glad to see you got the game going. Still going strong. Hope you've all been having fun. I made some more coffee, let the dogs out, and then lay down for a little bit, which I instantly regret doing. I shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that. Sorry, Buffy. I'm so sorry, Buff. Oh, wow. Lady in first was 71. Lady in gray, 65. Amos with 58. Oh, wow. You guys. Okay. Now I get it. Now I get it. I know you're kidding, Bevs. I know. Where's my little thing? And then I can hit the button for you guys. There you go. Ooh. Okay. Oh, that's not a word. Okay. Like how I got corn earlier. Yeah, I think the tea's fake too, Buff. Jerks, because now that's all I can see. Oh, look at you guys. Acorn, good job. Corny. You guys made it at the last minute. Good job, guys. Good job. Let's see. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at those scores. Laney in first with 92. Amos in second with 85. Lady and Greg in third with 79. Ooh. All right. Another fake letter one. Buffy is buffering. Okay. So that's not all right. Okay, the C is the fake one, guys. Which is not helpful. Oh, stupid. See, I just said the C was fake and I put in another C word. Oh. I guess I'll just sit here and drink my coffee. Same. were doing that poll. Did I mess the poll up by leaving the stream earlier? No. Okay, good. Oh, so 59% think he'll take the stand. 41% say no. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. I meant to click the continue button for you guys. One of the letters is fake. Okay. Fine. It does not like any. I think L. No, it's not L. Is it the I? I think it's the I, you guys. It doesn't like any of my words. It was the I this whole time. Oh, we did it. Yeah, look at us. Good job, guys. All right. Oh, wow. These scores are high. Oh, my goodness. Lainey in first with 153. Amos in second with 147. And Lady in Gray in third with 107. Oh, my goodness. I don't remember the highest level we've got to. Oh, God. Fake letter and a hidden letter. Cool. Okay, so no leaf. All right, I think the F is the fake. But what's the hidden letter? Oh. I got nothing. I think this is always the level that trips us up every time. Oh. Gall, Gall. We didn't. Rats. Phenocracy. I wonder what that is. All right. Well, game over for that round. Lainey won that game with 168, followed very closely by Amos with 164, and Lady in Gray in 112. I'm telling you, it's that hidden letter gets us every time. Every time. When they combine the hidden and fake letter, can't even. My brain's like, nope. No, thank you. All right. Hi. Oh no. Enema. Anemone. Oh. Look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants. Oh, no, that was supposed to be an N. Oh, good one. Oh, neon. You guys are such smarty pants. Oh, fantastic. 3 stars. Ooh. All right. First round, Savage in first with 19, Amos with 17, and Angie with 16. Ooh, close already. Oh, that's the wrong screen. There we go. Okay. I know, me too. Well, I'm not on the phone, Buffy, but if mine freezes over here, it's very annoying. Very annoying indeed. Good one. You just spectate. How is it not? All right, 2 4 letters. And okay. Oh, I bet it was C's. S. That's okay. We got 3 stars. Let us go. Savage in first with 36, followed by Amos in second with 32. Angie in third with 27, and me right behind Angie in fourth with 25. Ooh, interesting. I wish it would show us that too, Buff. I wish it would too. We would learn things at the same time. That's how they get us. I don't think they actually want anybody to beat level 14. It's my conspiracy. Ames. Nice. Oh, one of the letters is fake. I forgot. Okay. I think it's the G. Yep, it's the G. Oh, salami. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Oh. No, it's damn G again, Mama. Stop doing that. Every time. Yeah. Okay, well, never mind that. And the court's supposed to be back. It is not back yet, by the way. Court TV says 12:45, but the lawyers and judge are supposed to be there at 12:30, but they don't have anything in the courtroom as of now. Oh, wait. You know what probably would have been helpful? Llama, is if you didn't have the damn thing paused. Don't worry. They still weren't in the courtroom. Okay. All is fine. Oh, Amos, I'm sorry. I forgot. Amos is in first with 58, and I missed the other ones. Sorry. I was just so excited. Your shrimp po' boy. Oh. Okay. I think the J is the fake letter. Well. Damn it. Savage. Jerk. Just kidding. Still jerk. That's a word. Oh, we got that one. We need one more. Oh, there you go. Thanks for saving us. Ain't this Ecru? I don't even know what that word is. I've heard of that before. I think Amos is hack the game and just making up words. Good to go. All right. Ooh, Cree. Like Marvel, except though it's with a K. How's that for a word? All right, so we got a fake one. All right. I'm going to go with it's probably one of the C's. No, there's only one of those. Huh. Oh. I think I spelled it. Did I spell it wrong? I don't think so. But okay then. I hate that we have to wait so long. So it's a fake letter, the I must be. Oh, yeah, well, okay. Oh, Court is back, friends. That's okay. We lost the game anyway. So
Defense, I have no issue whatsoever with respect to the scope of their representation and their likely discussion that they would have had with their client. So I will decline to do that at this time unless there's any specific reason from the defense standpoint.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. I did request that the jury be back at 12:45. I don't know how many are back yet.
Still waiting on a few.
Still waiting on a few? Okay. So we will take a brief recess then, unless there's anything further. We'll take a brief recess until all the jurors are here, and then we'll start promptly once we have all of them here. Okay? All right, thank you.
oh, I didn't hear. Hold on. I'm going to play that back and see.
Still waiting on a few? Okay. Okay. All of the I may do that on occasion based upon the nature of the offenses, based upon my perception of the defendant, based upon my perception of counsel, but I think under all of the circumstances, with respect to highly competent and experienced counsel from defense, I have no issue whatsoever with respect to the scope of their representation and their likely discussion that they would have had with their client. So I will decline to do that at this time unless there's any specific reason from the defense standpoint.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
I don't know what
I
there's.
did request that the jury be back at 12:45. I don't know how many are back yet.
Still waiting on a few.
Still waiting on a few? Okay.
Okay.
So
Well, that's
I
all
will
they had
we
for
will take
us.
a brief recess then, unless there's anything further. We'll take a brief recess until all the jurors.
So, all right. Well, I guess we get another round. I don't know. Did anybody understand what that? We missed part of the conversation. That was on them. So, well, I guess we'll just play some more games. All right. I don't know what they said either. Okay. There we go. Might as well, right? 80 says, hey, Llama, I'm doing my 80s Super Bowl stream sometime soon. I'm just trying to invite some creators. I'm a small channel. I'm shy and asking people to come. I want this to be a big, like, to what? Like, play with you? I mean, just, you know how to get a hold of me in Discord. Just let me know how I can help you. I would love to. I don't think you want me playing any games with you. Especially sports one. I mean, I'll happily do that, but it would probably make for some very good comedy. So I am going to go use the bathroom again before the jury comes back. So I'll be right back. Oh shit, you guys. Oh, court is happening. Guess who's going? Sorry, guys. Sorry to interrupt your game like that. I also lost my headphone.
Do you swear that
Here
the
we
testimony
go.
you give today will be the truth
Let's
under the
go.
penalties and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down.
Son of a bitch.
Please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Dustin, D-U-S-T-I-N, Duren, D-U-R-E-N.
Dustin, I wanted to start by asking you, are you a father?
Yes, to the loves of my life, my 2 daughters,
What are your 2 daughters' names?
Elowen and Valen.
How old are they?
They are currently 5 and 2.
Are you a veteran?
Yes, I am.
What branch did you serve in?
The Marine Corps.
When did you enlist?
So I enlisted right out of high school. So a week after I graduated high school at 18, I left for boot camp.
Where did you go to boot camp?
So this was in Camp Pendleton, California.
Did you do infantry training?
Yes.
Where did you go to infantry training?
So that was at the same place, Camp Pendleton, California.
In the Marines, did you receive training with firearms?
Extensive training, yes, to where you're expected to assemble, disassemble, load, fire with the highest of proficiency, and they drill it over and over and over to where they want it ingrained in you, to where it's instilled in you. It becomes instinctual.
What's instilled in you?
The use of your weapon, whether it's rifle, pistol.
Were you taught about firearm safety?
Yes. The Marine Corps specifically has 4 rules.
And And what are they?
And this is something that I teach even just outside the Marine Corps, but these are rules that I think really everyone should follow. This isn't just a Marine Corps thing, but number one, treat every weapon as if it were loaded. 2, never point your weapon at anything you do not intend to shoot. 3, keep your fingers straight and off the trigger until you're ready to fire. And 4, keep your weapon on safe until you intend to fire.
And you've talked a little bit about it, but can you tell me, as a Marine, what familiarity with firearms were you expected to have?
Absolute familiarity. I mean,
Under my face all
you
day.
spend a lot of time with it. You're expected to be combat ready, and that's something else with the Marine Corps, specifically to the Marine Corps of every Marine is a rifleman.
What does every Marine as a rifleman mean?
So, like I said, this is something specific to the Marine Corps. So it doesn't matter what your job is. So you could be a cook, but before you even go through your job training, you're expected to go through infantry training.
And what is the point of going through infantry training, regardless of specialty?
So that everyone is combat ready, is trained with a rifle, trained to be a warfighter first.
And is that different than other branches of the armed service?
Yes, yeah.
In boot camp, did you receive any recognition for your proficiency with firearms?
So right away in boot camp, I graduated as the battalion high shooter.
What does that mean?
So in our marksmanship course, I was the highest shooter out of our entire graduating class.
Does that mean you were the most proficient with a rifle of everyone
Yes,
you went
yes.
to boot camp with? Did you do any other type of combat training in boot camp or in infantry training?
So specifically in infantry training, you train with all sorts of different weapons. So we were training with like the M240 Golf, heavy machine gun, Mark 19, automatic grenade launcher, but and then 2, we in hand-to-hand combat, we have or close quarters combat, we have a program called MCMAP.
What is MCMAP?
And that is the Marine Corps martial arts program. And it's different
So,
from
non-deadly.
most other martial arts in that specifically other martial arts, you're learned to incapacitate, or get away. And with MCMAP, you're specifically trained to kill, really by any means. But this is in the use with just your hands or with pistols, with close quarters, with a rifle, just everything close quarters related.
And let me just make sure I understood that right. The Marine Corps martial arts program, you're learning martial arts combining unarmed combat and weapons-based training?
Yes.
Let's jump from training to deployment. Where were you first deployed?
So I was first deployed to Japan, Okinawa, Japan.
Did you do any firearms training or qualifications in Japan?
Yes. So
His classes are
every year, again, regardless of what your job is, you're expected to go through an annual marksmanship training and qualification. So right away, once I got to Japan, then I did the annual qualification. But then again, I was squadron high shooter, and they tagged me and asked me if I want to become a coach.
Why were you asked to become a coach?
Again, really, it's I was just kind of tagged, like people noticed with me being the squadron high shooter.
So because of your proficiency with
Yeah,
firearms?
yes.
What did you have to do to become a coach?
So there's the combat marksmanship coach course. You go really beyond what you would normally go through, or the training or the qualification. You do much more, whether it's
like just regular target practice, or you could be doing moving targets, yourself moving, but just a lot more in detail. And then you're also taught specifically how to teach others.
How did you do in the coach's course?
So again, in the coach's course, I
this
was
backfired.
again the highest shooter, and beating out. There's mainly a lot of other infantry Marines, but there's also specifically there's 2 Force Recon Marines there, which Force Recon that's it's basically like Navy SEALs or Army Rangers of the Marine Corps.
So you outshot the Marine version of the Navy SEALs in the coach's training course?
Yes.
After you took the coach's course, did you serve as a marksmanship coach?
Yes, I did.
How did you serve as a coach?
Again, then at that point, I was a combat marksmanship coach. It was just called like a B billet, but it was secondary to my normal job. But I would then train other Marines in this annual qualification or whatever Marines need to qualify, and ended up teaching hundreds of Marines.
And what did you teach hundreds of Marines to do?
To perfect their shooting, their proficiency with rifle or pistol.
During your time in the military, can you estimate how often you discharged a weapon or how many times?
Thousands, probably tens of thousands.
And what did discharging a firearm tens of thousands of times do?
And it gets instilled in you to where, like, I guess you could say you could do it in your sleep. It's just so ingrained in you.
Wouldn't that make him a danger to other
They really want you to do it basically without conscious thought. Like,
military
it just,
people? You can't
it's
control
so
it, I
drilled
guess.
in you over and over.
What were you trained to use a firearm for?
To eliminate threats.
Besides Japan, where else were you deployed?
So I was deployed all over the Pacific, so Philippines, Thailand, Korea, and then also to Kuwait and Iraq.
When were you deployed to Iraq?
So this would have been 2008.
Where in Iraq were you stationed?
There's a Marine base called Al-Assad.
Did you experience any violence or danger in Iraq?
So at the time, 2008, so the big things then were IEDs, or improvised explosive devices, and mortar attacks. And then I did take small arms fire from a helicopter, small arms being like rifles, AK-47. And then specifically for my job as an aircraft recovery specialist, we dealt with plane crashes or like emergency landings, which happened when I was there.
You said you took small arms fire from a helicopter. Does that mean you were shot at while you were in a helicopter?
Yes.
Did anything else traumatic happen while you were in Iraq?
Yes, so I was back at sort of our home area. So when you're in Iraq, you're basically just working 24/7.
Object at this point if we can try.
Tell me how this is relevant, but the prior abuse is not. That's all I'm saying. All right. I'm just saying. I don't know. I know the defense is trying to play the veteran card. Okay. But that has literally nothing to do with this case. So, as a matter of fact, I think it makes him look worse that he had no self-control, apparently. Like, I don't know what they're trying to have the jury go along, because this is, to me, is not helpful, because you should know, okay, you're to exterminate a threat or whatever he said, but isn't there like, and I don't know, I'm not military. I know a lot of you guys are in chat. I don't know how similar it is to police, right? Like, you learn all these different non-lethal ways to uh, get rid of the threat. Is that a thing in the military as well, or is it always shoot to kill? Because I would think that's not the case, right? Because civilian friendly fire, things like that. But I don't know, because I don't have experience in the military like you do. So, like some of you guys do. So let me know if that's an expectation when you're in the military. Because I don't want to be wrong. Lainey says, I missed a lot of this case. What exactly happened? Why did he shoot his wife? Had they not been getting along, or was it out of nowhere? Was the wife crazy or violent? First of all, they were never married, first and foremost. They have two, and that's important. Not just because you said that, but that's very important to the story. They had 2 kids together. There's no formal custody agreement. They now in trial, they have not brought up that there's acts of prior abuse with them, but for a time, they lived in Nevada. The mom, Caitlyn, took off with the youngest, the 1-year-old. Well, she was even smaller than a baby, and fled from Nevada back home to Minnesota. And he had the 4-year-old. Well, she's probably 3 at the time, and he ended up leaving Nevada to go to Minnesota. Then they lived separately, and somehow they decided to move to New Hampshire, where the only person they knew was her Aunt Brenda, who was on the stand before lunch. So he up and takes the 4-year-old to New Hampshire. He moves there with her. Now, according to him, Caitlyn gave him permission to do so. Now, she has full custody of these kids, all right? He has no rights. They have no formal custody agreement legally at all. And what we haven't heard in trial, because it hasn't been allowed, was that Caitlyn was afraid to not let him take Evelyn, and that's why she did. All right, so he moves there. About a month later, Caitlyn and the baby, Valen, fly to New Hampshire, because her plan is to get Elowen and take her back to Minnesota. He does not know that plan. All right, so she goes there. She flies there with the baby. Her aunt picks her up, takes her there, because like that's her goal. She wants her daughter back, and she has every right to have this daughter, right? So she meets up with him. She ends up staying the night at his house with the little daughter, right? And apparently the next day he's asking her, like, what's your plan? Is Brenda going to come pick you up? Like, I don't want you here. And apparently she's like sitting on the couch holding the 4-year-old in a menacing bear hug, right? And he was like, let her go. I want you out of the house. And she was like, I'm going to take the kids. I'm going to call the cops, and I'm going to have you arrested. Which, by the way, has all the rights to do. And so what does he do? He goes and grabs his gun, which was his dad's old service revolver. And, well, I don't know if it's a revolver. I apologize. Whatever, his dad's old service weapon. And he grabs it off the desk. He grabs the 4-year-old away from the mother and then shoots her in the head. Just right through. She was literally found sitting on the couch with a blanket on her, with one leg propped up on the table, with no shoes, nothing. All right. And in his police interview, he said he didn't feel threatened. She didn't have a weapon, all that. Right. So then he packs the kids up into his car, drives from New Hampshire to New York, to west of New York City. Then he calls his mom in Minnesota, tells her what he did, and says, you might want to call the cops about this. That's right. That's right. You might want to call the cops about that. Puts that on his own mom. So they do. An Amber Alert goes out because he has the 2 kids. He's saying, oh, I'm going to turn myself in. He doesn't. All right. Wonderful woman saw his car. So now they're claiming it's self-defense, that he shot her in self-defense because she was trying to kidnap the children. All right. She had no car. She didn't even have her shoes on. The nearest person she knew was 2.5 hours away. And oh yeah, it's cold as balls outside. And you think she's going to kidnap a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old who's still in the carrier. Okay. And that's self-defense. Now, we listened to his interview yesterday, and he said nothing about self-defense at all. None of that. So that's kind of a quick catch up to all of you, or to those of you who might have missed parts of yesterday. Oh, there is a thing such as pain compliance, less than least lethal force. Oh, okay, thank you for that answer. He was extremely controlling. It very much sounds a lot like that. So he just took the stand, Tracy, and they're just going over his military experience because they tried to bring up PTSD as a reason, but again, he didn't. None of these things were brought up in his police interview. So, hi, Liz. Welcome back. Welcome back. Well, I don't know if you want to say left the daughter with him. She allowed him to take her to New Hampshire, but I mean, could that have been because she told people that she was scared to tell him no? And I could really see that. I mean, if his first reaction is to just shoot her in the head, I feel like she probably had some good reasons to think that he might be a scary person, despite what he claims. So that is, hey Pam, hello. He just took the stand, y'all. Savage says there's nothing in his military training that would condone or reinforce the actions that he took in this instance. If anything, it should have done exactly the opposite. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Now, yes, she was refusing to leave, and they try to be like, oh, she was committing burglary. Well, he invited her to stay, and perhaps, I suppose, could have been trespassing. But did he call the police to have her removed from his home? No, he didn't. Instead, he took actions into his own hand and killed the mother in front of her daughter, the 4-year-old. So that's a good.
If there's a pending question, it is withdrawn, subject to being rephrased.
Do you have PTSD?
I do.
Is your PTSD service connected?
It is.
Yeah, I think it was a
How
quick
does your PTSD
getaway.
affect you?
I have severe depression, specifically bouts of severe depression, which affects really just everyday life, but
And what do
to
you do?
include just everything, even from like maintaining jobs, stuff like that.
And when did you start experiencing symptoms of your PTSD?
Real symptoms, probably once I got out of the Marine Corps. I guess, well, actually, probably not. I guess I'll rephrase that. Immediately afterwards, I'm questioning what I can say, but
The question in front of you, just, I think, ask it as narrowly, answer as narrowly
Okay.
as you can, is when did you first start experiencing symptoms from your PTSD?
okay, with that direct question, immediately afterwards.
Immediately after you were discharged from the Marine Corps?
Well, no, immediately after the event itself,
Immediately after the event itself?
yes.
And what year was that?
2008.
He said it was deliberate.
Yes.
When did you get a diagnosis of PTSD?
Now.
Officially, this would have been
Oh my goodness.
2021 or 22.
So after almost 15 years of experiencing symptoms?
Yes.
Agreed.
When were you discharged from the Marines?
So this would have been 2011. I was honorably discharged in 2011.
You were honorably discharged at what rank?
He was
As a
getting disability, I believe, was on his.
Leaving the Marines, where did you move?
I moved to Los Angeles, California, that's where I got my degree in audio engineering, and then I was almost immediately hired at Fox Sports as a post-production audio engineer.
Were you experiencing symptoms of PTSD or depression while you lived in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Where did you live after LA?
So afterwards, which this was just part of my sort of severe depression, but I ended up moving to Las Vegas, Nevada, and that made sense just for my work and also working as an event technician, so working at for like corporate events and music events in Vegas.
How was your mental health when you first moved to Vegas?
It was
Objection. Relevance.
Approach.
Laney says, deliberate as in the defense of his daughters, right? That's his stance, that his wife was dangerous and he was protecting them. In his interview with police, he says that he wasn't threatened by her. She didn't have a weapon. Asked if she hit him or assaulted him in any way. And he says, well, I don't think so. Even if I did, it wouldn't even register. By the way, Caitlyn is 5 foot, 114 pounds. All right. He is 5'10", around close to 200 pounds. I think they said 190, but whatever, significantly still larger than her. And he said it was quick and deliberate. That's what he said. He did not claim any PTSD. He didn't claim that it was an accident. He didn't claim any regret about it at all. So he didn't even say he felt that the daughters were in danger. He didn't say any of that in his interview. And so now, though, the defense's defense is that, oh, this was all in self-defense, even though if you listen to me reading the interview, it's, I can't, we're going to be so hard on this guy today, and he deserves it. He deserves it. You're loving the Ohio Gray? I'm not a big fan. Pam says, oh, the coaching is working. I have a feeling this is not his regular speaking voice. What a manipulator. I hope the prosecutor can hit some buttons and bring out his real personality. Because also in his interview, he's telling the officers, well, I'm a calm guy. You see what you see now? This is always me. I do great under pressure. Yet, he just shoots the mother of his children for literally nothing. Nothing. So it's exactly, Kelly. I very much do believe Caitlyn was afraid of him. Very much do believe that. And you can tell because he did not want to take the legal route in getting his children. I know he says, well, I didn't have $4,000 to retain a lawyer. Yet in his filing to say how poor he was to get a lawyer, he had like about, I want to say it was like around like $10,000 worth of like credits. He had a line of credit for $4,000. He had a credit card that was $4,000. He had another one. I think the limit was like $1,500. He did not want to share the kids at all. It just was not part of it, in my opinion.
Dustin, how was your mental health when you first moved to Vegas?
It was
He's pleading self-defense.
extremely bad. So that was part of why my move happened, but
I heard both sets of grandparents had the
only got
babies.
worse as I was there. and along with another traumatic event, that's when I had a suicide attempt.
Were you hospitalized after your suicide attempt?
Yes.
Where did you go after was it a psychiatric hospitalization?
Yes.
Where did you go after your psychiatric hospitalization?
So this was a little bit afterwards. My parents were trying to convince me to live with them, to come back to Minnesota and basically just try to take care of myself, take care of my health, and just be with family for a while. So it took a few months afterwards, but eventually I agreed and moved back to Minnesota, and this would have been November, December of 2018.
You moved back to Minnesota in November or December 2018?
Yes.
When did you meet Caitlyn?
So this was shortly afterwards, maybe about this, well, yeah, it would have been like 3 months later, February of 2019.
Where did you meet?
So it was at a bar, and I remember it specifically because the Super Bowl was on.
I remember because of Super Bowl, not because of her.
Yes,
Football.
Probably about a week or two later.
When did Caitlyn get pregnant?
Almost immediately. So I think I found out it's probably April of 2019.
How did you feel when you found out that Caitlyn was pregnant?
There was a mix of emotions. So this was not planned. This was unexpected.
Was it? Were you wearing a condom though?
So I was kind
Probably
of
not.
anxious about it, but at the same time, I got pretty excited about just having a family, starting a family.
Had you always planned on having a family?
I did. Came a little early, but yes.
And was Caitlyn pregnant with your daughter, Elwyn?
Yes.
Did you and Caitlyn move in together once you found out she was pregnant?
Yeah, so I don't remember the exact time, but it probably was around that time, April 2019, in which she moved in with me at my parents' house.
How were you
Yeah,
involved
but
during pregnancy?
you know he doesn't think
I
that.
tried to be involved as much as possible. I was going to all the doctor's appointments, just trying to take care of Caitlyn as much as I could. Just like her being happy makes the baby happy. So just, trying to take care of her as much as I could as well.
How was
It's
your
a great
mental
guy.
health immediately before Caitlyn got pregnant?
Before it was still pretty bad. I was seeing a psychologist. Not great.
Can you tell me what you mean by not great?
I was still dealing with some pretty bad depression, and just my life just kind of feeling meaningless, or just really without purpose.
How was your mental health during Caitlyn's pregnancy?
So it improved pretty quickly, with just being so excited about starting a family.
Did it make you feel like you had a purpose?
It was starting to, yes.
Tell us about the day that Elwyn was born.
So it was December 2nd. So right away in the morning, Caitlyn woke me up and told me her water broke, and we went to the hospital. The labor was long. It was about 13 hours. But once Elwyn was born, she was placed on Caitlyn's chest, and but immediately she was turning purple and wasn't breathing. So immediately I'm yelling at the nurses like, hey, something's seriously wrong here. They grab her, they take her to the side. They end up restarting, like started to breathe again. But then they ended up taking her to the NICU, to where she ended up spending a week there. Everything was fine, but they were just doing that as a precaution.
Where were you and Caitlyn while Ellen?
Boo, Lady in Gray.
So for the most part, we were with her. So we didn't really want to, obviously we wanted to be with her all the time. And then we would sometimes try to get back to the house just to like shower or whatever, try to get some sleep. And but yeah, for the most part in the NICU with her.
Tell us what it felt like the first time that you held Ellen.
It was beautiful. This was, hey, I have my first child. It was amazing.
When Ellen was discharged from the hospital, where did the three of you go?
We moved back with my parents at their house.
And this was in Minnesota?
Yes.
How did it feel to take Ellen home from the hospital?
Objection, relevance. Really overruled?
How did it feel to take Ellen home from the hospital?
Again, amazing. Again, it was, I just felt so happy just having this family, just being together as this family.
Did you spend a lot of time with Ellen when she was an infant?
All the time, as much as I could. Always being by her side. I mean, whatever, just, I don't know, bassinets, is that what they're called? Whatever, her, wherever she was sleeping, wherever she was, I always wanted to be
9
near
from
her,
Easton.
just always being with her. She actually had, she had this little, it was like a little unicorn handkerchief or blanket, I guess. But she always had it since she was born, and she would make these noises like goy goy when she had it, and that we ended up calling it goy goy, and she still has it today, and that's still what we call it, her goy goy.
What did you like to do with Ellen when she was an infant?
Well, I definitely like to show her off a lot. Just going to see different family, friends. Yeah.
When she was an infant, were you worried about Ellen's safety?
Of course. I was always watching her, always protecting her, to where just even if she's on the bed,
Are great.
like is something over her, like is she gonna roll over, would she roll off the bed, or like if she's laying on the couch for some reason, is she gonna roll off the couch? I was just always watching her.
How long after Ellen was born did you stay in Minnesota?
Mm-hmm.
So this was about 6 months. So it would have been June, yeah, I think like June of 2020. And at this point, so I had talked about how I was only ever in Minnesota temporarily, and my plan was always to go back to Nevada eventually. And then, so obviously I got disrupted a little bit with Ellen being born, but and then actually 2020 as well, that was during COVID. And so my work wasn't really available. Events were not really happening in Vegas. And so I was trying to find work, and it just worked out that I happened to find a job at the United States Postal Service as a mail carrier. So,
So let me just make sure this is clear. So you said you left Minnesota in June of 2020. Is that when
yes,
you moved to Vegas?
yes, that's when I moved to Vegas.
And you moved there because of a job with USPS?
Yes.
You could have easily gotten that job in Minnesota too, though.
Anyone
Granted,
else
that
who moved to
sucks.
Vegas?
Yes.
Were you looking for USPS for a long time?
Working for them, no. So once we moved there, this had a lot to do with how much a mail carrier, specifically in Vegas, was working at the time during the pandemic. To where there was a lot of work, learning or working long hours, like easily over like 12 hours, probably 6 days a week. And my depression started coming back. I think a lot of it had to do with just me not being around Elwyn and Caitlyn. So I ended up quitting that around October, November 2020.
No, Caitlyn and Ellen go with him.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about your first Christmas in Vegas. Was
Yeah.
Caitlyn there?
No,
Where had Caitlyn gone?
she flew back to Minnesota.
Did she take Ellen with her?
No,
Who
Why?
was in Vegas with you?
so it was just me and Elwyn.
How was your and Ellen's first Christmas in Vegas?
So
Prepare yourselves. He brought this up. in
this
the
was
interview.
again to where my depression was coming back, and really that first morning, all I had was just this little Christmas tree is probably about a foot tall, and then just a couple presents, and I was really starting to feel just sort of worthless again, like almost like I didn't deserve her. I couldn't provide for her, didn't deserve her. And but
Do you mean Ellen? You were starting to feel like you
Elwyn,
deserved
yes. And
With Caitlyn,
but
apparently.
she was so happy.
You also be
and
damn nice
her-
things about her. You'll see.
Just how happy she was, that became really just the most pivotal moment in my life.
Pretty sure he's been locked up
like,
the whole time.
with everything I'd done, everything just paled in comparison to that moment of just, she became my everything, my life. And from that moment on, she was my purpose, my meaning in life.
Tell us about what Ellen was like as a toddler.
Always happy, always run around, always learning.
Do you guys think he liked to share?
I tried to be good with always teaching her stuff. I remember sending it was a video to my mom, but she had flashcards to where they just had letters on them, like A, B, C, D, and then a picture of an animal on it. And I remember showing her or recording this and just showing Ellen these pictures or these flashcards, and her just rattling them off, getting them one by one, every single one of them correct, and just how amazingly smart she was, just even at such a young age.
How did you feel about being a father?
Again, it was amazing that it felt like that was my entire life, was being a father.
I'm sorry. It's too much.
Were there any times when Ellen was a toddler where you were concerned about her safety?
There was a specific situation to where Caitlyn was babysitting another kid. He was a little bit older, so Ellen would have been 2 or 3 at the time, and this other.
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
Yep. I'm telling you, watch him not say a single damn nice thing about Caitlyn at all. And so I have questions of why. So I think they mentioned the kids' birthdays earlier because that's when they were like back up in Minnesota and they weren't going to go to New Hampshire. I know Valen's birthday's in January, and then it was Christmas, and I think Elwyn's birthday was between Thanksgiving and Christmas, something like that, because they were like waiting for the holidays and birthdays, I think. But might be like, why would a new mom go fly back home and leave her daughter there? You hear how he's talking about his daughter? Listen, I'm a parent, all right? I love my son. I love my son so much, all right? But this is crazy talk, all right? This is like obsessive when your entire identity revolves around a small child who did not ask for it. This is weird. All right. It's weird to me. I'm sorry. Maybe it's not. Maybe I am the problem. But like, no, the way he talks about it is weird. Do you think, considering his state of mind, that he was like, oh yeah, because I imagine maybe her family paid for her to come back, and he was probably like, oh, the fuck you're taking her. I'm not going to spend Christmas by myself. Bet that's what happened. I mean, that's speculation, but I'm just saying. Exactly. Why are we always talking about Elwyn? He had 2 children, Elwyn and Valen. Valen's the youngest one. She was about a year old. She was a little over a year old when this happened, but it's very romanticized, right? It's fucking weird, okay? It's weird. Michael says, I really despise him. I think if the state objects enough, he may lose it. He really took the last one personal. Oh, I think so too. Do you think he can compose himself? Mr. I'm cool all the time and calm, and I do great under pressure. This guy. I mean, even when they talked about her becoming pregnant so quickly, did you see like how he was just like, as if like, well, it was unplanned. Like, okay. I mean, yes, things happen even when you do all the planning. But the way he said it just rubbed me wrong. Like, okay, yeah, it's not great, but
Rephrase. Is it fair to say that you continue to be concerned, on alert about Elwyn's safety when she was a toddler?
Absolutely, yes.
everyone is.
Did you do anything together with Caitlyn to help ensure that your family was safe?
So yes, I taught her to use the pistol that I had. She had already known a little bit.
What?
But, we went out.
Oh,
took her out to
Caitlyn.
the
He said
range a few
Caitlyn, not
times.
Elwyn.
We fired it. I made sure that she knew how to use it as well.
I thought he said Elwyn, and I was like, never mind.
You testified previously about being a combat marksman coach for the Marines. Is that how you taught Caitlyn how to use a firearm?
Yes, and not as an intense way, but yes.
And was it your understanding that Caitlyn was proficient with a pistol?
Yeah.
You see what the lawyer's laying down
So you
here?
taught her with your pistol. What pistol are you referring to?
Really, this was the only pistol I've ever owned, and it was gifted to me by my dad after
Oh,
I got out of the Marine Corps.
so he had the gun in Vegas too. I'm ready.
Was there anything about living in Vegas that caused safety concerns?
Objection. Relevance.
May we approach, Judge?
Jeez.
Sure.
I mean, here's the thing, right? You have a kid. Of course, you're concerned about your children's safety. There's reasonable things to be concerned about. All right. That every parent is, right? You are concerned about them rolling off the couch when they learn how to do that. Yada, yada. Oops, excuse me. Oh, boy. I'm just, can you tell? I'm very like, right now. But they keep just making it be like the whole world is unsafe. You had to protect her at all costs. Like, that's literally what all of us do, except we're not all fucking gun-ho about it, like this guy. But the fact that he had the gun in Vegas and knowing, we kind of know that jury doesn't know it, and so therefore that's fine. But we know that one day Caitlyn had to leave with her youngest daughter. She didn't take Ellen with her. She left the house with a stroller saying she was going to the park. She never came back. Instead, she got onto a plane with zero belongings, just her youngest, the baby, Valen, and flew back to Minnesota. That really only happens when you're trying to escape a situation.
Sustained as to the question, but withdrawn to rephrase.
Yes, so I'm going to assume
I-
there were multiple
maybe, I'm not
incidents
sure.
in Vegas that caused you safety concerns.
Yes.
Can you tell me about the last, maybe like the third one?
Okay, so it was at night. Caitlyn was working that night, and so and this was late at night, so probably like 10 p.m. maybe. But Ellen and I were on the couch just watching TV. I think Ellen was asleep at the time, but I heard the doorknob sort of rattling, and and by the way, the living room was right next to the front door, and so I peeked back, and there's some blinds and a window behind me, so I peeked back and pulled the blind back a little bit, and there's a person right there trying to get into the house. So I immediately grab Elwyn and I run upstairs and I set her down upstairs, and I tell her, do not move. And I end up grabbing my gun, going out to the door, and start yelling for the person to get out of here. And they really started banging on the door at that point, trying to get in. At one point, I did end up slightly cracking the door and showing, like flashing the pistol that I had and yelling at him, hey, you really need to get out of here now.
Again, not calling cops.
At that point, they tried to stick their foot in the door, like kick the door open. I was able to slam it shut on him, lock it again. At that point, that's when I ended up calling the police.
Oh, finally.
As
Okay.
I'm standing in front of the door. And within that conversation, they said that they're on their way. I do remember specifically they're asking about the gun because I told them that I had one out, and I specifically told them I'd put it away when they arrived. But it took them about 30 minutes to get there, and by that time this person had left, and so they did eventually show up. I walked outside with Elwyn and just sort of talked to him a bit. We tried to get some Ring doorbell camera footage, but we ended up not being able to see anything.
But the police didn't respond in time to
30
address the
minutes.
threat or catch the person.
No.
At some point, did you and Caitlyn decide to leave Las Vegas?
So, yes. She didn't really like Nevada. I did, but I basically was saying, okay, if you don't want to live here, convince me where we should move. And over the course of probably about a year and a half, we went over just a bunch of different places to move to. But she had suggested early on about New Hampshire, specifically because her Aunt Brenda lived here, and she thought she could get work through her. And that was eventually what we decided on.
So he got a place 2.5 hours away from there.
When were you planning to move to New Hampshire?
So this would have been, at the time, we were renting a house, and our lease was going to be up August 1st. So that was going to be the time.
August 1st of what year?
Oh, this would have been 2023.
What steps had you taken together to move to New Hampshire?
So we had been talking about it for a long time, but closer to it, I ended up ordering some pods, like U-Haul storage pods that they bring to the house, and then you pack them up and they ship them out. But I had ordered some pods, brought it to the house, or had it being brought to the house to pack up all our stuff and eventually move there.
Did you think that you and Caitlyn had agreed on a plan to move to New Hampshire?
Yes,
And whose idea was it?
Caitlyn's.
Would you have been happy to stay in Nevada?
Yes.
How were you planning on getting to New Hampshire?
So the plan was for me to basically drive, and I had a very long road trip planned out. Actually, I had two planned out because I had a southern route and a northern route.
Oh, look at Mr. Planner over
But
here.
Elwin and I driving out, and then Caitlyn and Valen would then fly out.
Why were you going to drive with Elowen while Caitlyn flew with Valen?
I guess specifically, I didn't think Valen at that point, she would have been about 6 months old. I didn't think that she or really anyone would be able to handle a long road trip.
Anyone, except for Ellen, the 3-year-old at the time.
I think I skipped an important event in your life here. When was Valen born?
Oh, that was January 17th, 2023.
And Valen is your and Caitlyn's child?
Yes.
Have you ever taken a long car ride with a
Yes.
toddler? It's almost worse than a baby.
So your plan was for 6-month-old Valen to fly to New Hampshire with Caitlyn while you drove with Elowen?
Yes.
Did the four of you move to New Hampshire in August 2023 as planned?
No.
What happened instead?
So before the pods I'd ordered have arrived, a different set of pods showed up, and I was upstairs at the time, and I heard a truck outside and was confused about what was going on. I didn't know if there was pods were there, if they were just coincidence that it was someone else's pods, or if ours had arrived early. But anyways, I go downstairs to go check on it, and Caitlyn is in the kitchen, and I tell her, hey, there's pods outside. I'm gonna go check out what they're about. And she says that they're hers. And this was really the first time I found out that no, she was not going to New Hampshire, that she was going back to Minnesota.
And had you been aware that Caitlyn was planning on going back to Minnesota?
No, that was the moment I found out.
What did you do when you found out that Caitlyn was going back to Minnesota?
I was pretty distraught. I didn't understand it. I was pretty upset just about how and why she was breaking up the family. I
All her fault, guys.
didn't understand it.
Did you and Caitlyn come up with a plan about what would happen with the kids when she went back to Minnesota?
No. So I was trying to talk to her about it, about what the plan was. And again, just being really distraught about just what was going on. Was she going to just go back by herself? And she's gonna leave the kids with me, or is she trying to take both, or are we splitting the kids? And any one of those options I didn't really like, but she just wasn't responding. She just wouldn't have that conversation with me.
What happened when Caitlyn went back to Minnesota?
So she ended up just going outside with the stroller, like she was going to the park.
Who was in the stroller?
Valen. So Ellen was at daycare at this point. She was in like a preschool daycare kind of thing. And so she took Valen out into the stroller, and just was kind of walking like going to the park, and which was normal. I mean, we went to the park all the time, so that seemed like a normal thing. She didn't take anything. She just left like she was going to the park. And a couple hours go by, and she hadn't come back, or I didn't hear anything. So I ended up going to the park, and no one was there.
Also,
So
I don't think you had
texted
a
her,
car
"Where is
to
she?"
pick
And
her up.
she responded that she was at the airport with Valen.
Had Caitlyn previously told you that she was taking Valen to the airport?
No,
And did Caitlyn tell you where her and Valen were going to go once they got to the airport?
well, they were going to Minnesota.
Had Caitlyn told you she was taking Valen to Minnesota?
No,
Had you given permission for Caitlyn to take Valen to a different state?
Doesn't matter.
no.
Doesn't matter.
What did you do when Caitlyn told you that she was at the airport with Valen, about to take your child to a different state?
Doesn't
So
matter.
I freaked out. I immediately drove to Elwyn's daycare because I wanted to see if she had grabbed Elwyn too. And so I went there, and no, she wasn't. Elwyn was still at the daycare. So I picked her up and then sped to the airport. And as I was doing that, I was calling my parents. I called her dad, Rob, just trying to figure out what was going on.
Because it could have been him. He could have been the
Seemed
problem.
like no one knew what was going on.
Or they didn't want to tell you.
To Caitlyn again that day?
So eventually I did get her on the phone, and this was while I was still driving, and she said she wasn't going to come back through security because, and I started telling her I at least want to say goodbye to Valen, and for her to at least say goodbye to Elwyn. But
You know how you want
she
to
just
get
said
right?
she wasn't going to go back through security. And eventually, I guess I just gave up on it and turned around and headed back to the house.
When you headed back to the house, did you talk to anyone else? Or did you continue to talk to other people about what to do?
Well, yes. So I ended up trying to figure out just basically what to do, but I was talking to like my family and Caitlyn's family just about what was happening and what the plan should be. I figured, well, okay, if we're not going to New Hampshire, I'll just stay in Nevada because I just like Nevada. I like the desert. I like being there, so I figured I would just stay in Nevada. But they were all, both my family and her family, they're all trying to convince me, hey, come back to Minnesota. We'll all be together. We'll all try and figure this out together. And really, I didn't make up my mind until July 31st, really the day before I left. And because I had already had an apartment secured in Vegas, a new apartment. And, yeah, I eventually decided to go back to Minnesota, really on the point that I did not want Elwyn and Valen to grow up separately. That really bothered me.
How did you get back to Minnesota from Vegas?
So Elwin and I, we made a nice road trip out of it. Spent several days with a friend of mine in Utah and just doing this whole road trip. That was just this another incredible bonding experience. Yeah.
Once you got back to Minnesota, where did you live?
So I ended up moving back in with my parents.
What about Caitlyn? Where did she live?
So she was living with a friend of hers.
How far apart was where you lived and where Caitlyn lived?
If I'm remembering right, it was about an hour and a half.
Where were the girls? Where were Elwin and Balin living when you were both in Minnesota?
So we were splitting custody to where there'd be times to where she was with Caitlyn. The girls were with Caitlyn, and then times where they were with me and my parents.
Who were they with more?
I think the total number came out to be 98 days with me and my family, 48 days with her, and then a random like 15 days to where the kids were split for whatever reason.
When the kids were moving between the two households, how did they get from one place to another?
So I would normally drive, which I was fine with doing, but I would just drive and drop them off, or drive down there and pick up the girls. But eventually we ended up figuring out a restaurant to kind of meet in the middle, and then that generally became our spot to exchange the girls.
Did you try to come up with a more permanent plan for where the four of you would live?
So yes, specifically in October, I had a meeting at the same restaurant that we would normally meet at with Rob, her dad, and we tried to plan out, or basically, okay, I asked her just point blank of, hey, can we just continue our trip to New Hampshire? And she immediately said yes, and which kind of surprised me because I thought I would have to try to convince her somehow, but she just immediately said yes, and from that point on, that's when we started planning to eventually continue the move that was planned to New Hampshire.
Just gonna ask a couple clarifying questions. You said this meeting was sometime around October. Was this October of 2023?
Yes.
And then you said you asked if you could continue your trip. By that, did you mean your move to New Hampshire?
Yes.
Were the four of you going to live together in New Hampshire?
I would not have been opposed to it.
You didn't even want her at your house, bro.
I'm just someone who's really big on the nuclear family, and I feel like it's really, really important for children to grow up with both parents in the household. Together,
Really, bro?
everyone living together. And so I
Rob,
would
your
not have
daughter
been
said that?
opposed to it, but at first the plan was that we would live separately.
And when did you decide or when did you plan to move to New Hampshire?
So this was October, so we were deciding that we would wait until after all the holidays, and so like Halloween, Thanksgiving, Elwin's birthday on December 2nd, and then Christmas, New Year's, and then Balin's birthday on January 17th. So we'd wait for after all the holidays, spend the rest of the time with family, and then after Valen's birthday, then to start the move.
Was the plan for all four of you to start the move at the same time?
So no, I would go out there first with Elwin, get the place secured and just kind of get set up. And then Caitlyn would then fly out with Valen, and we worked it out to where she would drop Valen off to me, and then she would go back to Minnesota just to kind of get money and just kind of work on what she needed to do, free of not having to worry about the girls. And then once she got some money secured, then moving a few months later, when her Aunt Brenda would have seasonal work for her.
And why didn't you just take both Elwyn and Valen with you initially?
Again, the road trip, I thought it would just be too much. But I did know previously, just because of Elwyn's and I's road trip from Nevada to Minnesota, which she did fantastic with, that I knew that she would have a really easy time and we'd have just another great bonding experience kind of doing this road trip from Minnesota to New Hampshire.
And
You
said
know,
that would be
something
too
a
much. Did you mean too much for
4-year-old would
Valen?
never remember, but okay.
Well, yes, but probably me too, trying to do a road trip with two young girls, like a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old at the time, yes.
And Valen was one at the time.
Could
of
be.
this
Yes,
trip.
yes.
What did you do to get ready to move to New Hampshire?
So I had, again, ordered pods, just sort of packing up all the girls' stuff. As we were doing this, Caitlyn was bringing me some of the stuff, like Elwyn and Valen's stuff that she had. Like during Valen's birthday, we went to the Mall of America. But anyways, when we met there, then Caitlyn brought kind of the remainder of Elwyn's stuff that she had, and then some of Valen's stuff, so that I could put it in the pods to be sent to New Hampshire. So she did that, and then two, I showed her because I had gotten the apartment by then, and so I was showing her pictures of the apartment and where we were staying, and that it was going to be the place in Berlin, the apartment in Berlin.
Did you give her the address?
Yes.
I just thought of something that Aunt Brenda said. Remember, she left behind with Aunt Brenda both the kids' birth
So you said you had
certificates.
decided to leave.
So he couldn't have enrolled her in Head
Hampshire
Start
after
like
the
he said he was
holidays, the
going
last
to.
of the holidays being Valen's birthday.
Yes.
And what day is Valen's birthday?
January 17th.
His own, but maybe not.
May I approach the witness?
Certainly, certainly.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as Defendant's E. What is that?
It's a January 2024 calendar.
Is there more than one page?
Yes. So it's also February and March 2024.
Can you please mark Valen's birthday, January 17th, on the calendar?
Yes.
Did Caitlyn book a flight to New Hampshire?
Yes. So this was before I left. She ordered a flight out to Boston. Yes.
And how did you know she had gotten a flight to Boston before you left?
Pretty sure she texted it to me. I'm pretty sure the day before we ended up leaving. Elwyn and I.
What day did Caitlyn text you information about her flight?
I mean, I don't recall exactly, but I guess maybe the 19th, January 19th.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you copies of the text between you and Caitlyn?
Okay.
does that first message show?
It shows the,
That was just to refresh recollection.
Just
My eyeball's itchy.
When did Caitlyn text you her flight information?
that was January 19th.
And what did she text you specifically?
She texted me a screenshot of the flight info.
What dates are on the reservation?
I agree, Michael.
The 27th, I believe it was February 27th.
She could have only maybe had to take
there
public
a return
transit to the airport.
Yes,
What date was
I
the
don't know.
return flight scheduled?
the 5th. I think it was the 5th, March 5th.
And whose name is on the reservation?
Caitlyn's.
And again, she sent you that text on January 19th.
Yes.
Can you note on the calendar that I've provided when Caitlyn sent you her flight information?
Okay.
What day did you leave Minnesota?
So that was the next day, January 20th.
And you left with Elowen?
Yes,
Can you please mark on the calendar the day that you and Elowen left Minnesota?
yes.
And honestly, moving there would have probably been the better idea not to go with a 3 and 4-year-old. So you could, get things settled, get a
Okay.
job. Hmm.
Had Caitlyn been with you, or I'm sorry, had Elowen been with you the night before you left from Minnesota?
No. So I had to pick her up on the morning of the 20th.
Where did you pick her up from?
So this was this was at her friend's house.
It's the
So
possessiveness.
I drove over in the morning, went to her friend's house. She was the one that opened the door. I guess I could say the name, Sarah, but saw her, just said a brief greeting, just hey, and then she went upstairs, and I went inside, just met with Caitlyn for a little bit, and we all came out together to the car. I had it just packed with all sorts of stuff for the road trip. Like my mom made Elowen a picture book, but just road trip ready. And then basically I said goodbye to Valen, and Caitlyn said goodbye to Elowen, and we started our road trip.
Before you started, had you sent any messages to Caitlyn that day,
Before,
before you left?
yes.
And why did you message her?
It was just to figure out where I was picking up Elowen.
And did Caitlyn send you an address to pick Elowen up?
Yes,
She sent that via text?
yes.
Did you text her again to let her know when you got there?
Yes, to Sarah's house, yes.
Yeah. Were you and Caitlyn in touch while you and Elowen were on the road trip?
Yes, the whole time. Actually, immediately afterwards, it was about 10 minutes after I started the road trip, Elowen just started vomiting in the car. And anyway, so I immediately had to pull over and take care of her. And I texted Caitlyn about, hey, Elowen's throwing up in the car. What is going on? And she texted back just something about how, yeah, Elowen had been sick.
Sustained.
Were you and Caitlyn in touch in other ways while you were on the trip?
Yes, so I had been calling and we were FaceTiming and just kind of showing our adventures throughout the road trip.
Were Were there any other subjects that you communicated about while you were on the road trip?
I think again, she was asking for some more money. I had been just sort of regularly sending her money. It wasn't a ton, but it was just kind of what I could afford, like a few $100s every month, like maybe like $500 one month or $100 the next month. But yeah, I think she was asking just for some more money.
And how did you respond?
As to who responded, has Caitlyn respond?
How did Dustin respond to Caitlyn?
Okay. Yep.
I'm curious why he gets to say all these things that Caitlyn said, but her aunt couldn't say any of those things. I don't know. I guess maybe that doesn't apply to the defendants, now that I think about that. I'm pretty sure. But kind of weird, the little girl, after leaving her mom, is getting sick on the car. And what, Caitlyn just didn't bother telling him? Oh, yeah, she was, come on. I don't know. I'm smelling some BS coming off of this whole storyline. But he's a good guy, you guys. It's fine. You know, that nuclear family was so important to him. You know, and now Caitlyn's asking for money. He has yet to say one nice thing about her. And he was with her for years. Oh, I like her shirt today, too. Oh, they're approaching again. You know, so they were together since, what did he say, 2018, 19? I think it was 19, he said. So that's happened in 2024. So that's 5 years. 5 years with somebody that you had 2 kids with and doesn't say anything at all. It's all about him. And I mean, though, regardless, okay, that just is very alarming to me. Like, had he already, because he clearly did not like her. All right. I think he had dehumanized her to a point that it was easy for him to do that. I don't think he saw her as an equal parent or any of that. You know, and poor him. He doesn't understand why any of this happened. Why him? I don't know. His relationship with Elowen is weird. I mean, just the level of like the possessiveness and obsession with her is it's a lot. And listen, I love my kid. Love my kid. I do anything for him. But it's weird. But when it comes to her leaving Vegas, it sounds to me like they only had one car. She didn't have, she flew instead of driving to Minnesota, and which that's a far drive. Like, okay, you know, but also she would have left a car behind, but it doesn't sound like that was the case. And she didn't get a rental car when she was in New Hampshire. I don't know if she could drive, to be honest with you. But if she had to take like some form of public transportation to go to the airport, it may not have been logistically possible to do that and pick up Ellen at the same time. Now, he said that the pods came like the same day, I think, right? And he was just like, oh, shocked Pikachu, what is happening? You think he handled that well? No. I think she had to get out of there as fast as she could. That's what I think. And unfortunately, there are times where to get out of a situation like that, you do have to leave a child or children behind to get somewhere safe so you can get them back. And this is pure speculation on my part, but I do think that is what happened in Vegas. So yeah, I mean that's not really what I think is going on there. I think it's just like transference. So
Justin, I'm going to approach with what's been marked for ID as Defendant's Exhibit F. You can take that. What is that?
That's a picture of Elwin and I at Niagara Falls.
And was that picture taken while you were on your road trip?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of what you and Elwin looked like and where you were on your road trip?
Yes.
Did you text that photograph to Caitlyn?
Yes.
And when did you text it to her?
I believe it was immediately after we got to the house.
So after you got to New Hampshire?
Yes.
And why did you text that photograph to her?
Overruled. Ruled.
Really, I just wanted to show what we were all doing. Obviously, I wanted to keep Caitlyn informed on just what was going on and what we're doing.
And was it just one of a series of photographs that you sent to Caitlyn from you and Elwin's road trip?
Yes.
Judge, I move to strike the ID and that Defendant's Exhibit F be entered as a full exhibit.
Over the state's objection, the ID may be stricken and it shall be considered as a full exhibit.
Permission to publish to the jury?
Yes?
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask you to pass this photograph.
I don't think any of this is doing him any favors here. Me too. Michael says, I always want these lovers to testify, but then give myself a headache from all the eye rolling. Can you imagine how much my eyes hurt today? Between yesterday and today? Oof. Oh, losers, you meant, not lovers. Autocorrect. We love our typos here. But I do, because it puts, even though it's annoying and stupid, it's putting exactly who they are and how they're presenting out there
Attorney Kittle's afternoon break.
the whole time. And I love that.
Okay, we'll stop here for our mid-afternoon break. Members of the jury will resume at 20 after. We'll resume at 2:20. Again, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, and if anyone does so, please inform a bailiff. Thank you. All rise.
There is a 2-minute delay. See the clock? The clock says 2:08. Well, I'll probably say 2:09 when we do get to see it. But it is 2:10. So that's interesting. Either the digital clock is wrong, but interesting nonetheless. Terry says this man makes me furious, and I really do not like him. Same. And I do hope that, I wonder, which prosecutor do we think is going to question him? I'm curious to know. Will it be the guy girl, I don't know. The woman, I mean, a girl. Oh, goodness. Hey, Dave says he needs some backwoods BC justice. It involves a rope, a tree, deer urine, and a grizzly. You guys get wild up there in Canada. I mean, it really, again, in my opinion, just the way he talks about Elwyn. Do you think that he would have reasonably ever let her leave with Elwyn? No. Look at how he talked to her, and that's why he didn't call the cops. That's why he didn't want her calling the cops, because he knew that she'd be allowed to leave with the kids. He didn't give a shit about Valen. But you got stump skaters and rope. We got squirrels. I did see that. Many squirrels, well, they don't just eat, they're not herbivores. Actually, I think was it Nevada squirrels I saw that were like cannibalizing one another? It might be out in Nevada. I don't remember where it was. I think I have that on our list of Llama Learns. Tonight, you guys, members, we have another episode of TMI, Too Much Internet, where me and the gang go and show you guys some of the craziest, funny things we found on the internet. We are doing one of our favorites tonight, Fanfic Roulette. All the answers are based off of the MASH game we played last week on there. So we'll learn more about Lady in Grey's ability to hear fish gossip. We'll hear about my pet snail named Snamuel. And who did Amos? I think Amos. What was her pet? Oh, she had a psychotic goldfish. So it should be fun. It should be fun tonight. There's 5 of us, me, Terry, Amos, Lady in Grey, and the lovely Annie. It's going to be a full show tonight. I'm pretty excited about that. I'm going to need it after this week. Oh my gosh. This guy. I cannot wait to hear what he says this time around about what happened. Now that he knows exactly like which words he needs to say, because they'll keep being like, well, she was, he hasn't said this on the stand yet. Excuse me. But he did in his police interview. He kept being like, well, she was just getting very aggressive about money and aggressive about this. But like, what does that even mean? Because she was persistent in asking for help. And here's the thing. He'd be like, well, some months I would give her 500. Some months I'd give her 100. Just fucking go do child support or something. It would have been cheaper, probably, to be quite honest. I knew Wig was fishy. It's going to be a good time. Oh, and I am curious of whether or not she sent him with Elwyn's birth certificate, because the aunt said that she had left both the kids' birth certificates behind in a backpack that she did not take with her to Dustin's. And also, they kind of went past, like, 1, how he found the apartment, 2, why that apartment. Because he says, oh, we had talked about moving to New Hampshire. The only person in New Hampshire they know is her Aunt Brenda, who lives 2.5 hours away from Berlin. And he said, oh, Caitlyn was gonna get like work from her aunt or whatever. I don't know what her aunt does. Brenda didn't say. But why would you move 2.5 hours from the one person that you guys both know in the whole state? And he didn't pick that place for a job. We know he didn't even have a job. Well, I'm sorry. He listed his employment as Google and YouTube. All right. And listen, I'm on YouTube for hours every day. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. All right. I have a feeling, though, we're going to get a little PO'd when we hear him explain what happened that evening. So you're still looking for a beaver. Well, you guys, while we're killing some time here, let's, where's my, you guys want to play some words on stream while we're waiting? Why not? Let's do it. Okay. All right. Maybe he has 100,000 followers. I mean, maybe. Oh, good one. It's too late in the afternoon for my brain to work. Oh, that's what I put into, Tracy. Good job. Good job. Oh no, that one's already there. Oh, good. Oh, look, your pumpkins show up there too, Pam. Oh, I love that. That's fun. Oh, that's a good one too. Nope. Is that a word? Oh, raspy. Look at you, smarty pants. Well, we did it. All right, Tracy in first with 32, followed by Savage in second with 25, me in third with 16, and Pumpkin Pam at 9. Yay. All right. Well, that didn't work. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a little delayed. Stupid. Ooh, icon. Good job. Oh, Tracy, you and I were on the same wavelength over here. Good job. Good job, team. Good job. 3 stars. All right. First place goes to Tracy with 59. Second, Savage with 45. Me in third with 36. Angie, Pam, and Lainey are on the board. All right. Oh. Ah, damn it. All right. Good job. By the way, the G is, or not the G, the J. No? Don't listen to me. Oh, nutmeg. Oh, look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants. Oh. Oh, there's quite a delay in this, I see. Oh, my goodness. Got some movement in the courtroom. They're headed back to their desk. So they're not doing anything yet. All right. Oh, look at that. Me first with 67. Tracy in second with 59. Savage in third with 54. All right. We could probably start this one, but I bet we're going to have to quit in the middle. So, all right. Oh, okay. No. Okay. Oh, catapult. Good one. Okay. So what letter did you not use in that? An E. Oh, I think it's E is the fake letter. No, I knew that wasn't there. Good job. Oh, it just hates all my answers, so that's great. Oh, the E is not. Okay. That explains a lot. Oh. Wah, wah. All right, good game, guys. I'm going to go ahead and put it back on the court because they should be coming at any time. But we got around it, and that's all that really matters, right? Oh, sorry. Let me go back so you can see the score. Oh, me and Tracy tied for first with 67, followed by Savage with 54, Lainey with 42, and Pam and Angie tied with 35. So good job, guys. Good job. A little fun. Tracy, oh my gosh, right? Once I know what it is, my brain's like, let's think of all the words that use that letter that isn't gonna aren't the answers, like every time. I hate it. And sometimes they say that there's all these words. I don't know. I don't know if I believe them. I don't know if I believe them at all. Well, you guys, we're only one subscriber away from 2,100 subscribers. So, hey, if you're watching right now and you are not subscribed to this channel, please do. And then you'll be our 2,100th subscriber. Really appreciate it. Sorry, I got an itchy arm there. All my words had E in it too. I was like, why doesn't it like any of my words? Because, Llama, you keep using a letter that's not there. Mm-hmm. Yay. Okay. All right. Let's get back to hear what this guy's stupid story is. I do have a bottle of wine chilling in my freezer right now. So I think since it's Friday, I think Llama will probably be starting her happy hour in like 30 minutes, probably. It's fine. It's Friday. Okay, well, people did not like that. Okay. Playing Monopoly Go. Oh, I know a lot of people that play that. I've never played it before, but I know some people in chat play. I can't remember who, though it was a while ago. I don't know if they still play it now, but I think it was probably Prissy Pants and maybe Annie. Unsure. You know, and also this guy always being like, well, nobody in the family would talk to me. I wonder why. Oh, I got a free $5 bonus voucher at Michael's. Thanks, Michael's. Okay, good. I gotta use the bathroom.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
This photo of you and Ellen, defendants F, you said that you sent it to Caitlyn?
Yes.
Did you send it to anyone else?
Yes. I'm trying to remember exactly who. I think my parents, I think, and I think both of Caitlyn's parents as well.
Both Lori and Rob?
I think so, yes.
You still have that calendar up there?
Yes.
What date did you arrive in New Hampshire?
If I'm remembering right, I actually think it was the 25th, January 25th.
So that's different than the date that you guessed when you were, or mentioned when you were talking to the police?
So, yes, the more I thought about it, the more, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th, not the 23rd.
Can you write the date you arrived in New Hampshire on the calendar?
Yes. Okay.
Where was your apartment?
So I was in Berlin.
Was it on 1063 Main Street?
Yes.
How was the apartment when you arrived?
So we arrived a little early, so it needed some cleaning, but anyways, we did some deep cleaning and then got kind of what we had taken in the car set up and ready for the pods to arrive to really get settled in.
Did you set up your bedroom?
With what we had, yes.
And did you set up the girls' bedroom?
Yes.
Did you do anything else to get settled in?
Quite a bit, just to get settled in New Hampshire. I had to get new driver's license, new registration on the vehicle, new license plate. I got Elwyn enrolled in the Berlin Head Start, the preschool that's right there. And we were regularly going to like the Berlin library. But yeah, just kind of getting all that taken care of.
Did you send anyone your address?
Yes. Yes, Rob was asking to send Valentine's Day cards.
Did you ask Caitlyn before sharing the address with Rob?
I did. Actually, I take it back. It was actually right afterwards. But I did ask Caitlyn if I could share or if she had an issue with me sharing the address to anyone.
Did she?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance and hearsay.
Sustained.
But you testified earlier that you had, Rob, Caitlyn's dad, had wanted to send some Valentine's Day cards.
Yes.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, look at that. We just hit 2,101 subscribers. Thank you. One of them was Tracy. Thank you. You're not in trouble. Why won't it let me click your names? Oh, there we go. Well, thank you to the 2 new subscribers, one being Tracy. Appreciate your support. Oh, are we on to cross? No. They didn't even talk about what happened. If you want some insight to how Llama's brain works, I just asked my brother, I said, so you know how everything our body produces like has smells? Like, do boogers have smells, but like we don't know because we're just like nose blind to them? What are your guys' thoughts? What are your guys' thoughts on can we smell boogers? And there goes our 2 new subscribers. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, what did Amy put up there?
Oh, yes, that is the QR code for our merch, but I kind of need that in a different spot because that's where our subtitles go. Thanks. The more you know with Llama. No, that was my thought. That was your daughter's thought, not him. He was just probably like, yeah, probably. Just saying. I mean, it would make sense that they smell, but I think some of you are going to think about that all day because I am. Yep. Yep. That's us.
Dustin, where in the house do you keep the Valentine's cards?
I set them in the living room, and it was on a little,
Okay, there.
like a black drawer. I set them on top of it.
I'll move that over here. Happy now, Amos. Just kidding. There we go.
Were they in one of the photographs the state introduced?
I believe so, yes.
When Elbow Feet gets home, I'm going to be like, hey, smell this. Google says yes. Depending on infection, sinus, dental hygiene habits. Oh, look at that. Llama learns about boogers today.
Was it maybe visible in a video that was played?
Maybe.
Okay.
That might have been it.
For everyone's sake, I'll stop trying to find it.
It's an interesting point there, Lainey. It's always
How
weird.
were things with Caitlyn once you got to New Hampshire?
So they were all right at first, but she was really having money issues, and so she was continually asking for more and more money.
Did you have an argument about money?
Like a death? No.
Yes, so
Like
this
a death
was
person?
February 14th.
I don't know.
She really what a lot of it was about money, but it also included how she wanted to put Ellen and Valen on her taxes. And
Oh.
I didn't even say no, but she
What's wrong with saying it, by the way?
just didn't even like that response. So she started making a lot of threats about how
You didn't have any
she was
rights?
going to say that
in them on
I
Texas?
kidnapped Elwyn and took her to New Hampshire without her permission.
Let me ask you, had you done that?
No.
And your understanding was that Caitlyn had given you permission?
Yes.
And you had been staying in touch with Caitlyn along your journey
Yes.
and sending her parents your address?
Yes.
Who did she say she threatened she was going to call and falsely make these claims to?
To the police.
What else? Anything else happened during that argument?
So, well, along with that, just threatening that she would take the girls away from me and I'd never see them again.
And how did that argument impact your plan, the plan that you and Caitlyn had for Caitlyn to bring Valen to New Hampshire?
So at that point, I wasn't sure what was happening. Now it sounded like she was not going to bring Phelan to New Hampshire. So I start making a bunch of calls immediately. So
Let me back you up there for a second, okay?
Yes.
You said that argument was on February 14th,
yes,
and is Caitlyn's phone number 612-900-4997?
yes.
Let's take a look at the cell phone records the state introduced into evidence earlier. States 13.
I mean, unless the child lives there for more than half of a year, didn't have a right to claim one on taxes, but not an accountant, not a family law attorney. uh. No, I've never heard of Beekman's World, or at least I don't have a memory of it anyway. Oh, where'd my chapstick go?
Mr. Duren, can you see that?
I
on your screen?
cannot, no.
I mean, here's the thing, right? She's threatening I'll never see my kids ever again. Do you know how hard it is for courts to rule that you are never allowed to see your children again? Like, I understand that he may have seen that as a threat, but is that a realistic threat? Probably not. And I'm sure a lawyer told him the same thing.
Judge, I might suggest a brief recess for some tech finagling. I apologize.
Okay, all right, members of the jury, under the circumstances, we'll take a quick break. It shouldn't be more than 5 or 10 minutes. We'll resume when we've restored capabilities. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Thank you.
Cool. Love this for us. This courtroom and their technical difficulties. I guess we'll watch a bunch of people figure out how technology works. So somebody probably just has to turn something on or plug something in. Anywho, so we talked about boogers. What else are we going to talk about? We're like, Llama, you are so unprofessional. Yes, I am. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it. Amos says, I mean, it could be a threat to never see your children again in the sense that the parent murders them. I mean, that's basically what he did, right? Like, oh, you're saying I'm never going to see them again? Well, I'm going to make sure you never see them again. I mean, it's just, this is where he really loses me, where he tries to make it sound like I had to comply with all of Caitlyn's things. And technically he did, because he didn't have any custody of the children. But also, that's why you go to courts. That's why you establish paternity. That's why you go to do custody agreements in court if the parties are not agreeing. But he didn't want that. And so now Caitlyn Caitlyn's apparently the asshole. But again, he knew that. You know, besides calling a family law attorney, what, once in Nevada, once in Minnesota, I mean, didn't seem to do much. I don't know. It's not like he was young. He's like 38 years old now. He was a grown-ass man. You know, it's not like he was some 23-year-old dude that didn't like know about anything or have money. Like, I mean, he didn't have much money, but still, like, you were like 36 years old or whatever. You know how to do things. So Amos says custody stuff gets really ugly on both sides more often than not. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Family law attorneys, more power to them because it's a fucking nightmare. All right. People are always, it's very hard. But, you know, and some people, they can come to their own agreements without the court's intervention. But if what he's saying is what Caitlyn told him all the time, why didn't he, you know, go? I just don't understand it. Instead, what he did was spend even more money, you know, because he had gotten pods to then move shit up to Minnesota, and then he got more pods to move to New Hampshire. He said it was like, I forget if he said an exact number. I want to say, I feel like he said it was about like $5,000 to move from Minnesota to New Hampshire. I think he said that in his interview, but I'm not 100%. But you know what I would have done? Maybe used those thousands of dollars to make sure then that the mother's idle threats remain just that. But no. Did he say what his disability rating was from the VA was? No. And they did not really touch upon, like, he didn't say that in the interview that I caught. I don't even really know what you mean, but I know it was barely touched on both in his interview and on the stand. And Amos says, and to be fair, we are not hearing her side of the story. I mean, unfortunately, we never will. No, but, you know, the law's the law about some things. So do what everybody else has to do, you know? Okay, yeah, so you haven't heard either then, Michael. Okay. Bye, Dave. I hope you have a wonderful weekend as well. Thanks for being with us today. We'll probably see you again on Monday for sure. I mean, there obviously will be in court Monday because he's still in the stand, and we'll have closing arguments. So, you know, and his dad being a former sheriff, I'm sure his dad told him a lot of the legality, you know, because it is now like, so a lot of people, when they do have custody agreements, right? And let's say the other parent doesn't want to give them back or whatever. I mean, you can call the cops, but there really isn't a whole lot that they can do in that scenario. They'll be like, well, you'll probably have to go to court again. You know, that's up to you to keep track and then go to court and file a motion. You know, there isn't a whole lot that they can do. But there is a whole lot they can do when you don't have any actual legal say. And that's give the kids back to who rightfully has them. You know, he said, oh, Caitlyn said she wanted $2,000 a month in child support. Who here has ever received $2,000 a month in child support? Get out of here. I don't know. If somebody said that to me, I would
Thank you. Please be seated.
be like, whatever. Good luck.
So you testified earlier that Caitlyn's phone number was 612-900-4997, right?
Yes.
And now we're taking a look at the cell phone records, State's Exhibit 13.
That is up here. Oh, sorry, guys.
Yes,
Does that show that you called Caitlyn on February 14th?
yes.
What time does it say that you called her?
Oh, wow.
15:33.
Is that
3:33. 3:33 p.m. Yes.
And after, you said you had called multiple people after this argument. Is that call the one you're referencing with the argument?
Yes. Yes.
Who did you contact
Valentine's Day.
after the argument?
I believe I called several different people, but I called my Minnesota attorney several times. I think I called my parents. I think I may have called Rob and Lori. I guess I don't remember
Oh, somebody's last four
specifically
digits is 800.
that day.
And going through these cell phone records would help you remember.
Oh, 5580008.
If I knew the phone numbers, I don't remember the exact phone numbers.
The next two calls you made are to 952 955 8008. Does that sound like your Minnesota attorney's phone number?
Nice.
Yes, actually, yes.
And is that an attorney that you were talking to around child custody?
Yes.
It's a good number. Oops.
And so do lines 36 and 37 show that you called your Minnesota attorney twice?
Yes.
At what times?
That was 15:55 and 15:56. 3:55 and 3:56.
And we heard testimony earlier about what your mom's phone line 38, is that your
Yep.
mom's phone number?
Yes, it is.
So did you call your mom? Is that
Yes.
that you called your mom?
So yes, I did call my mom. Yes.
And what time did you call your mom?
That was 4:09
Line
p.m.
4:09 p.m. And then that next line, what does that show? So we've got who the call was made to, and then who the call was made from afterwards.
So that's my mom calling me back.
And then lines 40 and 41, who's calling you back there?
That's the Minnesota attorney.
What time did the Minnesota attorney call you back?
It's 4:18 p.m.
Line 42, who did you call?
That again, that's the attorney.
Is Lori Smith's phone number 763-381?
Sustain.
May we approach?
Sure.
I don't know why this is relevant, but okay. So he's calling. This is, by the way, February 14th. I know you guys probably can't see. I had to like make it full screen over here on my other screen to see the dates, but they're referencing Valentine's Day of 2024.
Having some trouble remembering Lori and Rob's numbers. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you their phone numbers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
As to,
Format. May I see what's being shown to this witness? May we approach?
yes.
So annoyed. So annoyed. Also, you know what's else is interesting is I am curious about how wouldn't they have needed somebody to like verify that these were accurate times and numbers or something like that? Like literally nobody testified at all about any. The only data that was talked about was his cell phone, the traveling of it, like the circle here and here and here. And that was like after the murder until like 10, but like we haven't seen any messages or anything like that. So yeah, I would think so, right? I mean, we're just supposed to take their word on it that this is accurate. I mean, maybe, you know what? Maybe the state stipulated so they didn't need that person, but I've never seen it not be. But what do I know? What do I know? I just work here. Where's Caitlyn's phone log? I mean, right? I mean, here's the thing, right? Is it's also kind of weird where they're like, oh, look, they got into a fight on Valentine's Day and he made calls to a Minnesota lawyer. Okay, and he's not going to tell you what they talked about because he doesn't have to. Talking to a lawyer doesn't mean anything if you haven't went to court. So I don't know. You have,
So you
Tracy.
don't remember Lori's number?
I don't know.
Do you remember the area code or anything like that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And you don't remember Rob's either?
No.
Okay. But you think that you called Lori and Rob?
Yes.
We heard testimony earlier that the Berlin Police Department phone number is 603-752-3131. And we also saw from an earlier witness that you called 603-752-3131 on February 14th. I'm going to draw your attention to line 46. Does that show that you called the Berlin Police Department on February 14th?
Yes.
And what time?
And what did they tell you?
5:20 p.m.
Did you call the Berlin Police Department before or after your argument with Caitlyn?
Afterwards.
Why did you call the Berlin Police Department?
I was worried that she was going to call them and try to have me arrested. Like claim that I kidnapped Elowen and brought her to New Hampshire.
And again, that claim was false.
Yes.
What did the Berlin Police Department tell you about whether or not they would get involved?
They said they would not get involved.
I wonder why that is.
Let's look at the next record, line 47. Does that show that you called your mom again?
Yes.
And what time did you call your mom?
5:32 p.m.
No, her person was Aunt Brenda, and Aunt Brenda said she didn't hear from her today. So
It is 612-221-2078.
And so that's the same area code as Caitlyn's phone number?
Yes.
Do you remember whose phone number that is?
And that is potentially Lori's.
Or you're not sure?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's okay. Does it show what time you called someone with the same area code as Caitlyn's phone number?
6:45 p.m.
And is that the last call you made that night?
Yes, it is.
After that argument, when's the next time that you and Caitlyn communicated?
So it was almost a week later to where Elwin, it was the first time that Elwin went to the Berlin Head Start, the preschool. And so she was pretty excited about it and wanted to talk to her mom, talk to Caitlyn, and tell her about it.
And how did you communicate that to Caitlyn?
So I texted her about how Elwin wanted to.
I apologize.
No, rolling.
Sorry, can you say it
I
again?
can try to ask the same question again. How did you communicate to Caitlyn that Ellen wanted to talk to her?
So I texted her that Elwin just had her first day at the preschool and that she wanted to talk to her.
Did Ellen and Caitlyn talk that day?
I don't think so, no.
What, if anything, did you offer to do for Caitlyn after the argument?
So eventually, just because I was worried about this, well, actually, I'll back up a minute. I hadn't seen Valen, and so I want to see if she was okay.
Non-responsive.
Overruled.
I was checking on Valen, wanted to see if she was okay, so I texted Rob, her dad, and just to see if he could go over and check on Valen and just see how she was, which he did, but he said that he didn't actually see her, that Valen was sleeping, and that he just didn't want to push the subject, so.
Oh, they are for sure
just kinda
dragging
left
this
it
out.
alone.
And how did that make you feel?
So, obviously a little disappointed, but, yeah.
And did you offer to do anything for Caitlyn at that point?
So, at that point, I was just thinking, okay, if I can just text her and say, okay, you can claim Elwin and Valen on your taxes, and if I just say that that's okay, will you still bring Valen to New Hampshire?
And what response did you get?
And she said yes.
Did you do anything else to make sure that Caitlyn would bring Valen?
So I did, I think I had already done this actually, but I did reimburse her for the plane ticket. And I was still sending her what I could, money-wise.
What else did you do after the argument?
I guess I can't think of anything specific afterwards.
You testified earlier you had talked to your family court, or your child custody.
Oh,
court
yes,
in New
yes.
Hampshire. Can you tell us about what you did in relation to the
Okay, well,
family lawyer? Or, I'm sorry.
When you
Minnesota.
the have a retainer for it.
yes,
To
the
the
Minnesota
family lawyer in
attorney, yes.
Minnesota.
So I was trying to retain her, so I was paying her hourly, but I want to retain her just because, again, I was worried that something was going to happen, so I was trying to get a retainer. She was needing $4,000, and I was tight on money, especially with the move. So I was trying to figure out what to do. I was thinking about selling my car, but didn't actually do it, and then was trying a credit union, and my credit wasn't that great at the time, so got denied for that. I was just trying to figure out
You
ways
had
to
a
make it work.
$4,000 line of credit.
Were you able to retain the lawyer?
No.
Did Caitlyn end up coming to New Hampshire?
She did, yes.
And did she bring Valen?
Yes.
As far as you know, where was she staying when she got here?
As far as I knew, with Brenda or one of her rental properties.
One of Brenda's rental properties?
Yes.
Had you offered to let Caitlyn stay with you?
I did. I texted her about how I kind of figured that she would.
Yes.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yay. I feel like they're dragging this way out. Just get to what happened. Again, all right, let's go back to talking about how you talk to a lawyer and then just move on from there. And like, oh, I couldn't pay the retainer, so I paid her hourly. That's like a couple $100. I don't know if you've ever had to get a lawyer, but those hourly rates are outrageous. Sorry, lawyer friends, but like, it's a lot. And they will be like, oh, spent 15 minutes on that. That was $90. And you're like, to send me an email? But yes, that is how it's like and it is what it is. But I mean, here's the thing. The lawyer couldn't have done much for him anyway until he did the other two things, which you actually don't need a lawyer. Because in family court, in case nobody here knows the difference between family court and criminal court, is the only time you are you have the right to a lawyer, right? So if you can't pay for one, they'll pay for one for you, right? A public defender. It's the only branch that I know of in law that applies to. It doesn't apply to civil cases. It doesn't apply to custody cases. You can either represent yourself or hire a lawyer. All right. But there are things that you can go ahead and file ahead of time. So what he probably should have done, not a lawyer again, but before he left to go to New Hampshire, he should have started the court thing and filed for temporary rights of some kind. But he, for some reason, really wanted to move to New Hampshire, which I still don't quite understand why he wanted that so bad. But time is money. Time is money, yes. And that like 15-minute phone call he had was like probably $100, $75, $100. I don't know. It's expensive. It's a financial nightmare to have to go to court. Because listen, that $4,000 retainer is eaten up quick, very quick. So, and for them to like show up in court, like let's say you go to a court hearing, it's like $500. I know somebody who was charged $500 for their lawyer to show up to every hearing they had, even if it was just for a continuance, was $500. It's crazy. But Kelly says, I chose not to take my ex to court because the money would have been wasted and my kids would not have had the things they did, such as sports, because there would not have been the money. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of things to consider when it comes to all of that. Like, I didn't want to do court. I didn't want the government involved in my life. And that worked for a while and then it didn't, but then it worked again. So, different things here. But if you're going to be in a contentious, situation like he's alluding to, I'm just saying, no lies detected. Those expensive.
Sustained in part, subject to rephrase.
Had you offered to let Caitlyn stay with you?
Yes.
And did she take you up on that?
And she said no.
And without saying the content of the messages, how were you aware that she did not want to stay with you? Or that why did you think she didn't want to stay with you?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm just, in terms of phrasing question. I'm not sure how we get to that without hearsay.
Your Honor, my approach.
Yep.
Yeah, once you throw it, you can kind of. I mean, he had a lot of free time. He didn't have a job. His job was Google and YouTube. All I'm saying is he doesn't seem like a dum-dum, all right? He could have done what he needed to do to, but whatever, that's on him, man. And here we are. Here we are. And I like how he was like, well, yeah, I was fine with, I offered to let her live with us. But then when she does come to visit with Valen, the next day he's like, you need to leave. I don't want you here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. Exactly. I know why she didn't want to stay either. So, and that's the thing too, is he knows, but you know, to him, he's not going to see any of that wrong, right? He's just being a good dad. I don't know. I'm so just, and no, listen, we only know his side of the story. We don't know how Caitlyn really was, but when you hear enough of these stories,
Receive a text that caused you to believe Caitlyn did not want to stay with you.
Yes.
you can kind of piece together what really went on.
Did you and Caitlyn plan to meet while she was in New Hampshire?
Yes.
Where did you plan to meet?
So we had figured out a restaurant halfway between Hampton and Berlin,
Do you remember what town the restaurant was in?
Ossipee,
What was it called?
Harley Jack's.
What did you think would happen when you went to Harley Jack's?
That we would all meet. So Caitlin, me, Ellen, Valen, and Brenda, and that we would all sit down, have dinner together, and then Caitlin and Brenda would then leave, leaving Valen and Ellen with me.
Did Caitlyn send you any messages the day that you were supposed to meet at Harley Jack's?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I was going to say,
Sure.
okay. Sometimes I wonder if she's just asking things in a way that she knows is clearly going to be objected to make the prosecution look bad or something. People, is it proper to say, I hope this guy gets justice in prison? I mean, I don't know if he's still staying in touch with the girls. I think that both sets of grandparents get along and share the girls, though I'm not entirely sure. But I just, I really just don't want him talking to them at all. You know? I know, right? I want to read these messages so bad. But I'm going to go with that was probably definitely extremely protested against for, you know, the abuse claims. So he did. He ruined so many lives. And for what? Again, for what? And I think he was, how much older is he than her? Hold on. He is 38. She was 31. This just happened last year. So think of that age difference. One, all right. He's 38 now. There's about a 6 to 7 year age difference between the two. All right. So you have that big of a gap with him being the older of the two. You have, no offense, military people, but military, traditional life, all of that going on with him. And it does seem like he put, I guess the military doesn't really have anything to do with it. Just more of the traditional, I'm the male and I want my nuclear family and all of that. And we're just supposed to think you were just a calm guy, wasn't controlling or anything like that. Yet she had to up and flee while you were in Vegas. So I don't know. I don't know. I think he needed her gone too. Because I don't think he liked what any of those family law attorneys said to him. He didn't like it. He wasn't willing to share. I think that's very apparent in the things he says. He says it in a nice voice. And maybe he doesn't say it out loud, but I don't think he had any interest in that. And you can just kind of gather that from the way he talks about her, even after her death. Like, here's the thing though, right? Is like, if you're claiming self-defense, you can still say nice things to the victim. As a matter of fact, you probably should, right? I mean, nobody wants to kill somebody else, really, let alone the mother of your child. You can be remorseful for that and still claim self-defense. But no, he won't say he feels bad about it at all. He's ridiculous. I don't like him. If you can't tell. I am 100% biased now. I decided my verdict before the defense even. I was like, nope, we're going. We're done here. He couldn't even say he regrets it. Or that, maybe he didn't even regret killing her, but he regrets that his daughters aren't going to have their mom around, or something of the effects of how it might impact their children, that it happened in front of them. No, he, in his police interview, was like, I think you're trying to trap me. The only thing he regrets was leaving Las Vegas. That was his only regret. No remorse. Nope.
Before you met up at Harley Jack's, did you text Caitlyn to ask, is it just you and Brenda?
Yes.
And did she respond, she'll drop me and Balin?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Honestly, I'm convinced that the attorney's just wasting time. Because she might even be like, maybe we should, hold off on what really that happened. Because you don't want to leave. You don't want to leave the jury, really, over a long weekend of him ending today's testimony talking about shooting her in the head. And like, you don't want to leave the jury with that, do you? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. That was the mightiest. I'm annoyed. Pilow's mom says, wait, he thought driving cross country with a 4-year-old, setting up a home, getting a job was a good idea? No, he was punishing her by taking the child. Yeah, I don't understand how it was a good plan. You don't even have a job there. You don't know nobody, nothing. You had been there for a month and you were on YouTube, which you didn't even claim any income for in your lawyer, your financial application for assistance. So did you actually have, and who moves to the Northeast in January as a northerner, not as high north as the Northeast, Literally nobody moves like in December, January, February if you can avoid it, let alone up there. Like who's like, yeah, this is a great time to do this. It just seems so weird and rushed. And I feel like he maybe wanted all of them away from the watchful eyes of family, out of a different state for court purposes. I don't know. I got so many questions about why they needed to go to New Hampshire because I haven't heard a good one at all. How do you go to a restroom on the road with the fork? Do you not take them into the bathroom with you? I mean, I took my son into the bathroom with me. I think you can do that. Or, if you don't want to take her into the men's restroom, which is understandable, sometimes you might ask a lady to, hey, maybe. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. I have so many questions too, Pilula. No. And he picks a place 2.5 hours away.
So you
Why?
testified that you had asked who was going to be at Harley Jack's.
Yes.
And based on the response you got, what were you thinking?
I was thinking that Brenda was just going to drop Caitlyn off.
And what did it mean to you that based on the text you got, you thought that Brenda was just going to drop Caitlyn off?
So I was immediately confused because that's a long drive. That's like an hour and a half, whatever it is, to meet us. And then how is she going to pick you back up? Like, is she just going to drive all the way up there and then leave and then come back and then pick her up? In which I think I texted her something along those lines afterwards.
And did you get a response to your inquiry?
I did not, no.
Did you end up going to Harley Jack's?
I did.
What day?
That would have been February 28th.
Can you please write that date on the calendar?
Yes.
I don't know why this calendar is important.
Yep.
Take that calendar back from you.
I'll be back.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to move to strike the ID from Defense Exhibit E and have it entered as a full exhibit.
No objection.
The ID may be stricken and shall be considered as a full exhibit.
Your Honor, that's motion adjourned.
Certainly.
And I'll just let you know that there's some information on the section.
Sorry, I felt like it's happy hour time. Take 2 hours to get out of the mountains and head west. Oh. Sounded like the aunt lived in southern New Hampshire since she said she works in Boston. And for some reason, he decided to move to BFE because, you know, I'm sure jobs are super easy to come by there. Makes sense. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I've earned it. In case you're wondering, it's dark horse Pinot Grigio, and it's delicious.
When you went to Harley Jack's on February 28th, did you take Elwyn with you?
Yes.
Did Caitlyn also go to Harley Jack's?
Yes,
Who got there first?
I did.
Where were you when Caitlyn got there?
I was inside the restaurant with Elwyn.
What happened when Caitlyn got there?
So she called me to say to come outside because she had a bag of Valen's things and to put it in the trunk. So that's what I did. Came out and grabbed it and put it in the trunk. And then the four of us, Caitlyn, myself, Elwyn, and Valen, went inside the restaurant.
Was Brenda there?
No.
What happened when the four of you went inside the restaurant?
So we sat down, had a meal. We didn't, Caitlyn and I specifically, we didn't talk really. We were really just interacting with the kids, Ellen and Valen.
And at some point, what did you decide to do when you were leaving Harley Jack's?
Well, I didn't get to make a decision. So Caitlyn started talking to Elwyn and asking her to see her new house, to see Elwyn's new house. So at that point, I was taking it like she wanted to come back to the house.
And what did you think when you were taking it like Caitlyn wanted to come back to the house?
So again, I'm really confused because she explicitly said she did not want to come back to the house. And so I didn't know what was going on. Like why was all of a sudden the plan changing? So I was hesitant, but I just agreed that, okay, fine, you can come back for the night, but it would just be for the night, just the one night.
And what happened after you left the restaurant?
Sounds like somebody's mad.
So we got in my car and drove to the house in Berlin.
Who's we?
So myself, Caitlyn, Elwyn, and Valen.
And was this still February 28th of 2024?
Yes.
You need to look at the calendar, let me know, but what day of the week was February 28th, 2024?
Wednesday.
And what were the sleeping arrangements that night at your house?
So my bed was set up in just my bedroom, and then I had an air mattress that I got for Elwyn and I before our pods arrived, just for something to sleep on. But then, so I slept, myself and Valen slept in my bed, and then Caitlyn and Elwyn slept on the air mattress.
Which was in between two
What did you
rooms.
do the next morning, Thursday, the 20th?
No privacy.
So right away in the morning, I made breakfast
Even though
and we
Carl's got
went
their own room.
to the public library. It just happened to coincide with bi-monthly, they had a arts and craft, like kids arts and craft thing at the public library. So we went there just as a family and just went through the story time, and Ellen made just the character from the story with like cotton balls and glitter and stuff like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8. Can you see that craft you described with pom-poms or cotton balls? And
Yes.
Where is it?
So it's right in front of the coffee maker on the far left of the picture.
Can I publish to the jury?
Sure, Attorney General, I think, which one of 8?
State's 8,
Is there a specific letter on it?
maybe O? Yeah, 8O.
8O, okay. Thank you very much.
I mean, I still like how he was like, well, I thought she was just going to leave. And what? She hasn't even seen her one daughter in like a month. Were you going to let her have her own alone time with Evelyn or Elwyn? We know no. I mean, it's just like, if you want to be at my house while I do my thing, fucking fine. I don't really care. Do whatever you want. Stay here. My kids are here right now, and I'm going to enjoy the time with them. But
I went back to the house.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, certainly.
wasting time they are, aren't they? I mean, I'm just saying there are plenty of situations that I've been in regards to parenting where, guess what? I didn't want to fucking do it. All right. I didn't want to do it. I could think of a billion other things that were more worth my time than doing that. But it was in the best interest of my kid. And you know what? You just put on a fucking smile and you just go with it to keep the peace. But he was not having any of that. No. I mean, you can't just ignore somebody sitting there. Like, who gives a shit? Tells you all you really need to know, is all I'm saying. It's not how rational people are. I think he really, really, really hated Caitlyn and blames her for the destruction of their nuclear family. Like, you just have to get over yourselves. State, I hope will shove holes up his butt. I mean, holes in his story. Lainey says it's long, savage, but narrow. I know she's talking about New Hampshire, but just kidding. And there's even a tiny bit of coastline at Hampton Beach. Went there with my sister many years ago. Oh, nice. They are delaying the inevitable. I think so as well.
We are going to conclude there for the day.
Because they don't want to leave.
So, once again, just a series of instructions. You've been very attentive to my instructions, and I appreciate that. Because it is going to be over a weekend, we will start again 9 o'clock on Monday.
No.
Between now and then, please do not discuss the case with yourselves or with anybody else. And I realize that we're going to be, it's going to be a 2-day break, but please discuss the case with nobody else. Please don't do any research about anything that you've heard about as part of this proceeding, including any online research, any visiting of any locations or anything like that. Take no action in that regard whatsoever. Again, there is a media presence here. Please do not research any aspect of this, and please go so far as to avoid any interaction with anybody relative to the content of the media coverage as well. Please try to avoid any inadvertent exposure. And with those as the instructions, and again, I appreciate your attentiveness to these instructions. We'll resume again 9 o'clock on Monday. And with that, I wish you a good weekend and take care.
Have a good weekend, jury.
we'll see you, jury, on Monday. But you notice how like he showed really no emotions on the stand today. I would put good money that come Monday morning, he's going to be Mr. Emotional. All the emotions just coming out of him. Bet. Because I would think you would still be emotional recounting what you have so far. To know you're not going to get that back again. I would be. That blonde lady is tall.
Because Monday may end up being accelerated relative to the number of things that have to be done over the course of the day, my intention is to get to you folks a draft of the second half of the jury instructions with the understanding that it is completely, and I emphasize this in the greatest possible terms, a rough draft, but I recognize everyone's ability to prepare zealously with respect to their specific positions. I want to get a rough draft to everybody when I can.
I don't think so.
Absolutely no indication one way or another of how I'm ultimately going to rule, but I want to make sure that I've got at least a structure out there and a format so that counsel can at least be prepared to make their arguments and see at least the general format of how I intend to instruct. Obviously, there's still testimony to be received. I have not made any decisions because the evidence has not closed, and I have not heard counsel's arguments with respect to everything, but I would rather start that process with the understanding that it is completely rough draft, subject to both legal argument and factual argument and the close of evidence not having been completed. Any objection to starting that process from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection from defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, once again, I know folks will need to tailor we need to have a long charging conference and we'll need to tailor closing arguments with respect to the instructions, so I want to give you enough time to do that so everybody's doing their job.
Ugh,
Okay.
a long charging
Anything further,
conference.
before we break for the weekend? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
All right, so what he's saying basically is the defense probably plans on wrapping things up Monday. There may or may not be rebuttal witnesses. I guess we'll see. But they're going to have a long charging conference, means going over jury instructions, which is boring, but will be interesting in this case because it is a self-defense case. Those jury instructions are going to be of the utmost importance. Now, no, that's not the right button. I don't think he's out on bond. I'm pretty sure he's not. Not 100%, I'm like 94% from when I looked at all of the court docs. They tried to get bond, but they were like, no. Pam says, I wish AJ or Alessi was there to cross him. The facade will fall fast. Yeah, you just bet your bottom dollar. Monday, you're going to see a whole completely different defendant. I would say most likely. Most likely. I don't know. Just the way this guy is already talking about things, it's just crazy to me. If there's a not guilty verdict, I'm going to lose my mind, you guys. I am going to lose my mind. Oh, that's true, Buffy. You know what? I forgot. He does do his best under pressure. That's right. I mean, think about it, okay? You've been in jail now for over a year and a half, all right? You haven't seen your kids most likely in person because they're in Minnesota with your family. Maybe you talk to them on whatever, and you're on the stand, and it doesn't bring you any feelings when you reminisce on what happened before even you guys went to New Hampshire. I'm just saying, it really just rubs me the wrong way all the way around. So, he's probably like, thinks he's a know-it-all in there too. That guy. And I'm not surprised they ended early because what they did not want to leave the jury with him telling him how he had to shoot Caitlyn in the head. You know? Again, I see that's the thing is like I've been in positions where you just got to make things work. All right? You just got to who gives a shit whether Caitlyn's going to stay a day or 2 days? Fucking get over yourself. Who cares? All right? First and foremost, you're going to see both your daughters. So what's the point of even having this conversation? You can ignore her while she's there. Who cares? It's because you wanted to control the situation. You wanted to control her. You wanted your answers, all of that. You wanted your time by yourself because he didn't give a shit that Caitlyn hasn't seen Elowen, her oldest, in over a month. I mean, I'm just saying. It's not that big of a fucking deal. So, oh, I bet he's real quiet too. Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is the nail polish that I applied the other day, Tuesday, that Amos got me. I will say it stayed on pretty good, though when I washed my hair, it did chip a little. I did not put a top coat on it. So definitely, if you use this kind, because about thin it is, you would want to use a top coat. But yeah, I'm loving the colors. See, I got all these different colors all came in there. They're all pretty. So thank you. I like them as well. Pam said, same girl. That is adulting when you have children. Exactly. You play nice and bitch your friends. Get over yourself. All right? Get over yourself. Who fucking cares? All right? And again, he's a 37-year-old man. Okay? Like, it's the sacrifices you have to make. But he was never willing to make any. You know? I mean, parenting with somebody else is really hard. Yeah, it is. But, oh well, deal with it. The rest of us do. But see, he didn't want to deal with it. He didn't want to deal with the legal process. He didn't want to deal with, he thought he was above that. And listen, I'm not saying I fully agree with how custody and rights goes. All right. It's a mess. All right. The whole system's a fucking mess and a racket and a pain in the ass. It's a financial drain. It's a mental drain. It's tough. All right. And if you can avoid it, good. All right. But, Buffy says, no, I was not the baby mama that got pushed around by my baby daddy. Yeah. And I do feel like that's part of the reason why he didn't respect her anymore. Because I feel like she did, like, even if you don't say anything to stand up for yourself, sometimes not saying things is also standing up for yourself. She didn't respond to certain things because she didn't really have to. She didn't have to, you know? So I think, I don't know. I don't know how he's going to spin this event because, again, she wasn't posing a threat. Again, what is she going to do? Call the cops? Okay, fine, whatever, right? Okay. Like, you got to pick your battles. All right. And I would think, as a former Marine, you know something about picking battles, but just saying. Anywho, you guys, well, that brings us to a close today. He will be on the stand Monday, so prepare yourselves. Monday's still going to be an interesting day. I cannot wait to see how he is with the prosecution. I'm very, very eager to hear about that. I don't know. So far, neither one of the prosecutors have come off very, like, strong-armed. So, excuse me. And not that they've really needed to. I'm curious if they're going to be strong-armed with him. And we'll see. We'll see. They haven't needed to so far, but what was the other thing? Oh, yeah. Tonight, members, TMI, 9:00 p.m. Eastern for all of our members will be on here tonight. Full lineup. It's going to be very exciting. Well, Kelly, I'm real sorry to hear that. You know, every situation is different. Every person you're dealing with was different. Honestly, finding out that he had, excuse me, he had that gun in Vegas. I mean, listen, we hear about these cases all the time, all the time. Now, is it always the case? No, but the statistics are high for a very good reason. And I think that they do apply to this situation. So Michael says he'll have to spin a web that goes along with this interview, right? Right? I mean, I don't even know why they bothered talking about PTSD in the beginning. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if he had it and it was that bad, number one, why'd you have a firearm? Okay, that's irresponsible at best, quite frankly. Most people are killed with their own firearms. So again, stats aren't very good for that. But when you're doing unwell, I would be nervous about having one as well when you're not entirely in control of what is happening to you and when it happens and you don't know. I just feel like there's some responsibility about things that he didn't bother to take any of it, really. So also, real quick before I go, they made sure to bring up, when they were in Vegas, they made sure to bring up that he taught Caitlyn how to shoot a gun. All right. I bet you anything that he says, well, I was afraid, you know, she was going to, why would you leave your gun sitting out? Just remember that in case they bring it up on Monday. Just remember, he left the gun loaded. All right. Well, at least loaded with the magazine in it. Just willy-nilly on the desk. So we'll see how they use that on Monday, but I would expect them to use it then. Beulah's mom says, I'll be a rewatch person. I'm in bed at 7, up at 3 for work. I know your schedule is not great, but I'm glad you get to hang out with us during the day, though. So it's fine. You have a lovely weekend, Beulah's mom. Hello, Lucia. Exactly. Like, you got to take some responsibility for it. And I know that's just how it is. It's just, especially with kids in the house, you know? I didn't know this case was going to make me as angry as it did. I don't think any of us did. But I am just so angry about all of this. Are you formerly Pokemon? I don't know. But anyway, guys, I am going to get off of here. My little llama should be home soon. And I got some stuff to do for tonight's show, but thank you all for being here with me today. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for playing games. It was a nice little Friday we all had together, and I love that. So we'll be back Monday, 8:45 a.m., and I think we're going to have a verdict by Wednesday for sure. So maybe even Tuesday, depending how long they spend arguing about jury instructions, which they did say is going to be long. So that's like a whole afternoon, probably. So, all right, you all have a wonderful weekend. And until next time, go forth and be amazing.